And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 55. I apologize for the delays. I apologize for the much later start than normally. The event was supposed to start, half an hour ago, and now we're here. Unfortunately, there were some delays, and alas, there were some missing players as well. But we have our first series of the night, and now that we've begun, we can just dive right on in. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our blue Zerg player. Representing Starlight Twinkle, it is Wayne. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Filipino Zerg player. The red Zerg, it is Geohen. Here we go, but yeah, alas, unfortunately we had some delays coming into this, and things took a little bit longer than to get going, but thankfully it's all good. It's all good. We're all here, we're all back, and we can get things underway. For those that are curious, for those who maybe are tuning in for the first time, welcome everyone. Welcome to the Sparkling Tuna Cup. This is our weekly open tournament. Every single week, unless there's another big event going on, like for example a Home Story Cup, or like a Dream Hack or an IEM, and this is something major that we don't want to clash with, that we do want to allow other people to compete in, then otherwise we would go on hiatus. Otherwise, outside of those exceptions, we're here every single week bringing you this open tournament. Again, players from all around the world, players from the Americas, from Europa, from Asia, from Korea, they all come together for this event. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We will have a look at the bracket soon thereafter, as we did go for a 12-pool opener. Let's go. It's going to be a 12-pool out of Wayne. We've been waiting for quite some time, and we don't want to wait any longer. At the same time, we do see Geohen likewise going for an earlier pool timing as well. Very safe play here out of Geohen. Very aggressive out of Wayne. I mean, I say very safe. He took an earlier gas, guys. It looks like a gas pool opener out of Geohen, working towards Ling speed. Lings are soon about to clash, and Geohen is pretty nicely lined up against this. He does have a very safe opener. Lings have arrived. If Wayne can out-control Geohen, then of course we can outmaneuver, and oh, we do out-control. We do work our way through those Lings. Do you see the Lings coming back over? Oh my god, the Lings are so low. They're so close to going down. Alas, Wayne will be able to get on top of the base, will be able to take down most of the Lings, and force Geohen back. So far, a better start for Wayne. Geohen, he bled out how many Lings? 4 Lings. 4 Lings compared to the 2 of Wayne. And with that, Geohen, can he save the base? Alas, he does have a queen. Does have a queen coming down from the high ground. But alas, and with help of the queen, we should have some extra DPS. Lings are still going down. Lings falling one after the other. At the same time, Wayne is running out of Lings. Can he get the queen? Up! Oh, it's gonna be close. We can. We get the queen. We get the Lings. We get on top of the base. Can we get the hatchery as well? We get everything here, essentially. Wayne is getting so much done behind this. Wayne is droning. We have a Bailey Nest on the way. Ling speed. Lings are floating across the map. So Geohen is going for an all-in. It's an all-in here out of Geohen. Wayne is backing the hell off. Wayne has additional queens to defend, and it's going to be on Wayne to survive this. Essentially, Wayne will have 4 queens. In a couple of seconds, he will have 4 queens available. With that, we can help cover ourselves. We can help wall up and reduce service area. Not if we get caught out on the map, though. Not if we get caught out. Not like this. The queens are looking quite exposed. We get an overlord. We do get an overlord, but these queens are out in the open. More Lings are flooding across the map. Ling speed not quite kicking in. Not yet. Thankfully, still no Ling speed from Geohen. We're 10 seconds away. We dive on the queens. Alas, Wayne, he's going to be able to support this. Lings are flooding in. We have another queen waddling on forward as well. Oh my god. Second queen has arrived. We barely take the fight. Wayne, I thought he was going to be punished, but no, the punish is not there. We do make it. More Lings moving out. Bailing's being morphed in, but alas, is spotted by the Zonaga tower. We can shut down one, not quite the other, but regardless, we have plenty of Lings here to deal with this. Plenty of control. Oh my god. Still a tense situation with that Bailing, and alas, he gets targeted down. The Bailing falls. Lings, they can try to bypass the army and go for the mineral line. We have options as 2 Lings do peel off. At the same time, Bailing's on the way in the high ground. And Wayne is getting baited in, but the Bailings are not ready. No! They're not ready. Barely not. Bailings are targeted down, and the Bailings are still not ready. Alas, they just started. They're going to be denied. And one after the other. There we go. 3 more Banelings on the high ground. Wayne is busting forward. This time the Banelings will finish. They will complete. And they should be able to finish up decent connections with the Banelings, but alas, the Lings, they continue to flood in. We get on top of the Queen. The Queen goes down. And it looks like Wayne has done it. It looks like he has just a little bit too much here for Jiahen to handle. GG gets called, and Wayne takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A bit of an intense game 1 there. And again, you know, we had some delays and we had a bit of a rockier start, but now we can embrace, right? Now we can embrace StarCraft, the tournament, the Tuna Cup. Let's go. Let us go. So now Wayne takes the lead in the series. But what I was getting into is that, of course, we've been running this event for a couple of years, ever since, I think we started in 2021. So ever since 2021. Back then it was a bi-weekly, then a weekly, then we kind of alternated a little bit. But yeah, we have been hosting this event for quite some time. And if you want to help support this event, you can. You can do so. You can help support the event via Patreon if you wish. You can see, I don't know if you noticed, but right under the player names, right next to our notifications, we do have our Patreon kind of stretch goal there. It's been chilling there the entire time for quite some time. With it, of course, that's kind of our goals for the event. Our stretch goals for the event to help us grow our events, to help us foster them as well. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, you can do so, just if you're interested. Otherwise, just merely watching is support enough, so it's okay, it's okay. But basically our goal is to fully fund our tournaments via Patreon, and also to help grow them, to help boost the prize pool. I mean, it's all broken down on Patreon, kind of like where the money is spent, how it's distributed amongst the players, whether it's top 2 or even top 4 payout. That's what we're hoping for, to grow it so we can, you know, pay out top 4. Right now it's very top heavy, very top heavy tournament, with only top 2 getting paid out, but the goal is to grow it. The goal is to grow it, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our blue Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. This time we're droning. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Filipino Zerg player representing the clan Anito. It is Jiahen. We go. You can support it on Patreon. You can support it on Matcherino if you choose as well. Matcherino is to help support the individual tournaments. Patreon is for the entire tournament series. As once again, interesting, we're going for a pool gas opener. So very similar build to what we just saw in game 1 from Jiahen. A very aggressive build. The reason why I say this is aggressive is because of the earlier gas and faster link speed. Meanwhile, Wayne, he does it better. He does one better in a sense where I believe his gas income is going to be faster. Yeah, his gas income is going to be slightly faster. It's going to be a gas pool opener into a hatchery. With this, we can get into link speed and also baneling aggression as well. So link bane aggression is going to be available here to Wayne. Meanwhile, Jiahen settling into his own build. Jiahen has a slightly faster spawning pool. That doesn't really mean much. It means we can make lings, sure, but again, ling speed is the real power spike here for both players. And Wayne is going to hit his ling speed slightly faster. Likewise, his banelings as well, assuming that we stay in gas. And we're staying in gas. So ling speed is on the way. We're staying in gas for banelings. Likewise, Jiahen should be doing the same, just slightly later. There we go. Ling speed is on the way, and we're staying in gas as well. First wave of lings are moving out. Again, because of the time it takes for the lings to get across the map, we can make defensive lings, and yeah, Wayne, he's already got his own lings up and running back at home. Does put the lings moving out, but the overlords is fully aware and can even bypass. Interesting. Okay, he will not engage head on. He will rotate over instead, moving out across the map. Jiahen moving in. Jiahen does move in, chips away at the natural base, diving into mid. Oh my god, the positioning. Ling's unable to get into the mineral line here. SimCity a little bit too good at the same time across the map. Oh, I can't say the same as we get a surround on the Queen. The queen does fall. Ling speed is on the way. There's a Bailey nest for both players. Again, slightly faster Bailey nest for Wayne. And from here, we should be flooding Lings. Yeah, it's an all-in. So Geohen is droning. Wayne is making Lings. It's going to be on Geohen to preserve his Bailings and make use of them as best as possible. As best as he can. It's going to be all about those Bailing connections as Geohen is moving out with everything he has. He has 3 Bailings on the way. And that's how Geohen can make up for an otherwise smaller army. Likewise, Wayne making his own Bailings as well. Speaking of, Ling counterattack does hit. Bailings, they do crash in. Some wasted Bailings there out of both players. One Bailing left. We do get some drones. But at the same time, Wayne also got Lings across the... Sorry, he also got drones across the map. The Bailing connection, not quite. Doesn't quite connect. Geohen does slip into the main base. Boys are being pulled. Likewise, Wayne getting across the map. Ooh, Wayne bleeding out 6 drones in the main. That's a lot of workers falling. At the same time, he also gets into the main base. There's no queen to defend. Likewise, though, we do have defensive Lings. Wayne tries to focus on as many drones as possible, and he does get 4 worker kills. Now, what's scary is that Wayne has 18 drones. Wayne was droning up earlier. Geohen was not. Geohen cut workers. Wayne has the economic advantage. Even though Geohen killed more drones, Wayne still has a better economy. Wayne still holds that greater economy here across the map. Bailey's are waddling in. Oof. And alas, they won't quite make it. They catch lava. Meanwhile, more drones went down. The Lings, they do go for the mineral line here, but alas, the Bailing up! It finishes! Just barely. Just barely does finish, and Wayne, he's holding the line. Geohen is still completely all in. It's all or nothing here for Geohen. Alas, the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for him. Ooh, big Bailing connection. Yeah, Bailings, they do connect. We can focus down the Bailings of Geohen. And GG gets cold. We run out of steam, and Wayne, he will hold. He will survive. He will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Wayne will take the series 2-0 and advance on into the next round. And we're going to be following him. We're going to be following him into that next round. We're going to be following him over to the land of Europa. And now we can take a moment to calm things down a little bit and go over the brackets. We can go over the bracket here again. We did have some walkovers initially. Unfortunately, there were a little walkovers in the first round. So I do apologize for that, but let's have a look. Let us have a look at what has been going on. Just catching up. Beautiful. Okay, from the top. Hold on. Let's... There we go. We can bring this down a little bit. From the top, we have Captain Fish versus Blue Knight. More amateur players are facing off in the first round. Winner goes up against Nightmare. Nightmare is the reigning Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. It was Nightmare versus... I almost said Rebellion. It was Nightmare versus Farmy last week in a Korean PvP. So we'll see if Nightmare can once again claim that first place, as he is the reigning champion. To face off against him, just underneath, we have Honmono versus Middle VK. That is a Korean Terran up against, of course, our European Protoss. We'll see how that does turn out. Meanwhile, it looks like, ooh, we do have a match in the second round. Geralt takes down Praetor 2-0. Michnek got the walkover over Nice. We mentioned how there were some walkovers. Nice is a very strong player. He's one of the strongest Protosses, you know, in the Asia region, and would have been amazing to have seen some Nice action. But Nice, unfortunately, wasn't here this week. Something must have come up. He did check in. He signed up. He checked in. But was not a part of the event. So I do apologize for that. Again, there's a reason why we had some delays early on. But Michnek instead advances on. Again, the Ukrainian Protoss player instead. So we have Michnek versus Geralt in the second round. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have Isup versus Serenity. Winner goes up against Cristiano. Cristiano is the Sparkling Tuna Cup of 2020. He is the Sparkling Tuna of 2024. What I mean by that is that Cristiano has won the majority of Tuna Cups this year. and has even defeated Nightmare more than once in those finals. So if there were ever a player to contest against Nightmare, I would say that Cristiano and Nightmare, the number 1, number 2 seed, respectively. I do think Cristiano is, number 1, and Nightmare is number 2. So we'll see if anyone can stop them from facing off in those finals. Scrolling down, Miyamaika checked in, he signed up, but he didn't show. So Miyamaika was another walkover. I would have loved to have casted and loved to have embraced some Miyamaika action, but alas, that did not occur. Likewise, Gref also didn't show either. Gref, the Ukrainian Protoss cannon rusher. So because of some of these walkovers, that's why we had a delayed start. But now that we've begun, there's no stopping. There's no stopping Pappy. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom left, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicorette. Let us go. Again, Wayne and Nicorette, I would say, looking at the bracket, the strongest Zerg player up against, I would say the strongest Terran as well. You could maybe make an argument for Honmono. I do think that Nicorette and Honmono are comparable, I would say, but they're also very different players. So it's kind of hard. It's hard to judge just because Honmono is an animal and Nicorette is a little more standard. So it is a little bit hard to judge as, it's going to be a 2x Reaper opener out of Nicorette. But yeah, I would say kind of the strongest Zerg player and the one of the Terran representatives here, typical Terran representatives in Sparkling Tuna Cup facing up. It is a bit of a shame. You know, I would love to see Nicorette and Wayne spread out so that we could have less PvP potential, you know, to stop the Protosses. But the reality is the Sparkling Tuna Cup, you know, is also Sparkling Protoss Cup in a way, because there's a lot of PvPs in this tournament, typically. A lot of PvPs. Oh no. not like this, Pappy, not like this. But now, we're settling in. We are settling in. It's going to be a Hatch Gas Pool opener here out of Wayne, going for the pocket base. We have loaded into Post Youth, of course. Meanwhile, Nicorette is going at 2x Reaper. Going to be massing up Reapers across the map. Going to be sending it, Pappy, and ideally hoping to contain and delay the natural. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. I don't know how I feel about this this build from Nicorette on this map. We will delay the third, and we will contain Wayne to 2 bases. I mean, sure, that's nice, but this 2-base setup has gold minerals, so we're actually not in a bad position. Like, as opposed to we would be on a different map like Oceanborn, for example, or Golden Aura. Golden Aura you wouldn't really do this build on, to be fair, from Nicorette, but again, like, this opener is achieving a little bit less just because of how valuable the natural base is on this map specifically. Reapers, they do get a drone kill though. They get 2 drone. Oh my god, that should not have happened. We get 2 drone kills and we delay the 3rd base. Nicorette getting a lot done. Behind this, going 3cc before factory, 3cc before starport. Very economic follow-up here. And again, Wayne is still denied his 3rd. So far, so good. Just staying the 3rd base, I don't think would have been enough, but killing 2 drones is kind of a big selling point here for Nicorette for this build. Now again, the goal is just to contain, delay for as long as we can, as much as possible. The drone is in the back line. We're hoping to expand. We take down the tumor. Not bad. Tumor does fall, and once again, we delay the 3rd. Delaying as long as we can. Finally, Wayne can expand. Finally, he can take the hatchery. Lings are moving out. Ling speed is done. And the Reapers, they bypass the Queens. And we could even get back into the main. The problem is we don't know where the Lings are. Yeah, the Lings, they come back. They go for the surround. They at least attempt to. Very nice positioning here from Nicorette, but there's no way out of this. Gonna try to escape, but is gonna be shut down by the Lings. And here comes a pseudo surround. Yeah, we shut down the army. We clean up the Reapers. Not a bad defense overall by Wayne, but he lost 3 drones. His expansion was delayed. Like, this, I would say, was a better start for Nicorette. And in the aftermath, we're getting into a 3cc 2-1-1. What this builds up towards is a medevac timing. I should say a stim timing. Stim timing with 16 Marines and 2 medevacs. The reactor is almost done. We're going for an add-on swap here between the factory and starport. Medevac production will begin, and once the medevacs are out, once stim is done, we can move out. We can be active on the map with drop play. The downside of this build that we're going for is no Hellions, right? There's no Hellions, so there's no harassment to get into mineral lines and to pick away at these workers. At the same time, because of the map layout, we can't really harass the natural anyway, and the third base was already delayed, so yeah, there's that kind of give and take here, and again, the Hellions aren't as required in this game state anymore. The downside is that we can't quite deny creep. Like, usually we would have Hellions to keep the creep in check. Alas, that won't be a thing, that won't be a factor, and Wayne can spread creep a little more freely at this point. Meanwhile, it's going to be a safe follow-up. We're going for a lair into a Baneling nest, so it's going to be Ling Bane and a Wayne. Prioritizing Baneling speed. This could even be the beginnings of Muta play. Like, we have the option right now to throw down 2 Evo chambers or additional gases for a Spire. We'll see what we go for. As our double drop is moving out across the map, stim is done. And can we catch a queen? Up! Gosh's Hughes, 1 queen does go down. Where are the lings? Without the lings, we can just focus on the queens one after the other. 3 queens fall, and can we get the base? We can. Very successful push here from Nickrack. We made our choice. Double Evo. Double Evo chambers, no tech of choice yet, so it's just going to be straight up Ling Bane here at a Wayne. Delayed 1-1 upgrades. But the Lings were not quite in position, and how many queens was that? 3 queens and a cancel on the 4th. Very well worth it for Nickrack. Now, as amazing as this drop has been so far, and it's been good, it's been a very good drop, the reality is this gold base will make up for it. The fact that Wayne is taking the gold as his 4th will help recover some earlier losses and make up for the rougher start that we've had. So even though it's been a strong start for Nickrack, there's still a lot of pressure on him to get more damage done, to maintain map control and to trade and to try to be as efficient as possible because of this gold. And here we go, moving out with another double drop. Nickrack setting up a split push. He's moving out. Steaming on forward, catching a queen, catching 2 queens. Queen's out of position, off of creep. Rough losses for Wayne, and it's snowballing out of control. We get 2 more, 4 queens. 4 queens in total. Drop in between the bases. The Banelings, they get targeted down. Without Lings, Banelings, they need that support. And because we lost so many queens, where's the creep? Where is the creep? We have how many queens? 5 queens in between 4 bases. We have no creeping queens. We have 1 queen to spread creep. And the creep is receding. And that means that the eventual tank push is going to hit like a truck. Like, these tanks that we're building up back at home, they're going to hit so hard. If there's no map presence, if there's no map vision, if there's no creep. We do have 4 active tumors here towards the center. No active, or 1 active tumor towards the, in between these bases on the left-hand side. This area is looking vulnerable. Well, this entire area here moving on towards the left. At the same time, job's still being active. We get into the main base. 4 drones go down. 5 drones, 6. Oh my god. 6 workers full. Wayne is getting into Ling Bane Hydra. Ooh, some Banelings will connect. So bringing everything together here. The job's still being active. Nickrack pulling back. And here comes the push that we were talking about. This is what we have been building up. The tank push. 3 tanks mass buy. Now, thankfully, the creep has been okay outside the gold. It is going to buy some time. And we need to respond. We do need to respond here. But I don't think there's enough Ling Bane. Yeah, the Banelings, they get shut down. We take down a tank, 2 tanks even. What about the Bio? What about the Marines? What about the man with gun? We can stim and we can win. Wayne, he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to try to break out of this. Oh my god! These are massive connections. No split, no spread. Bit of a slip up there by Nickrack, and Wayne does take advantage of him. Some big Baneling connections. The connections he desperately needed as Nickrack was focusing on his drop, and we're holding. Thanks to those connections, we are holding on. Wayne, he's surviving. Full medevac. Oh my god. The medevacs are getting quite low. Wayne has to back up, getting into his upgrades, +1 range, +2 carapace, Hydra speed. Wayne is surviving, and hey, remember, he has the gold. Catching straight medevacs. We're still lacking Ling Bane. Yeah, we're lacking a lot of Ling Bane here. As Nickrat, he just doesn't let up the pressure. Doesn't hold back. And even though it was very impressive that Wayne survived up until this point, he's still behind. Like, Nickrat still has momentum on his side. Wayne attempting to expand elsewhere, taking another base. But this position is brutal. And as long as Nickrat does pre-spread or pre-split, like, the Ling Bane cannot engage. Wayne going for a desperation counterattack. Trying to pull back the attention of Nickrat. Marine stepping forward. Catching Hydras. And Lings will hit the third. Getting quite an amount of SCVs. 6 SCVs go down. Because of all those Lings. We are pushing forward. Wayne setting up a surround, but again, I just don't think he has the numbers. And not enough Lings, not enough support. The Banelings, they get shut down, and we can stim on forward on top of the Hydras, and this time, the army won't be stopped. And GG gets called, and Nickrat snowballs out of control, takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Very strong showing there by Nickrat. There was these kind of these small advantages early on that really added up there for Nickrat, catching, what was it, 4 queens early on. We got 4 queen kills, which meant that there was barely any creep to work with. We were getting drone kills left and right as well, and very efficient trades against the Ling Bane because of the lack of creep, because of the lack of queens. It all just piled up. It all just piled up there in favor of the Terran, and Nickrat takes the win. Does take game 1, but I want to believe we can bounce back. I want to believe that we can have a back and forth and have an ace match. I want to believe we can go the distance. We'll see if that's the case here as we're loading into game 2 on Ghost River. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Red Zerg player. Our Red Zerg representing Starlight Twinkle down in the series. Can we bounce back? It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat. Leading the series 1-0. Does have the advantage, 1 more win, and he will advance on into next round. Meanwhile, Wayne, the pressure is on. Pressure is on our Zerg player here to try to make a series out of this, as we are going for a gas first. Okay, you have my attention. You have my attention. It's going to be a gas pool opener here from Wayne. Now, this could be the beginnings of a Bane bust. This could just be for a Ling Flood, or this could be for a fast Roach War. There are different forms of aggression that this could take, and we'll see what we decide on. Back at home, Nickrat going for a Rax Expand. Standard opener this time. There is no 2-rack setup. So, we're not going to be as assertive as we were in that first game. Catching up in the chat. Oh yeah, I was hearing about the heat wave that was going on in Europa. It's getting hot, papi. It's getting hot. Take care, everyone. Take care. On the flip side, it's very cold here. I've been hearing about how like it's been quite hot in other areas of the world, and it's freezing here in Australia. It's very cold. So I don't know if you noticed. I'm actually wearing clothes. I actually have like a robe on top of my shirt here, as you know, have to make up for my lack of pants. Kappa. Ay. That's been quite cold. I've been sleeping with socks because my feet are freezing at night. I mean, like an animal. And we were talking about that early gas before, and there it is. Ling speed is on the way. Now we have pulled out a gas, so it's going to be fast Ling speed, no Banelings, no Roaches, and the Lings are going to be skirting around the edge, hoping to avoid the main scatting pattern. main scouting path even. Nickrack does get across, does recognize how late the hatchery is, and Nickrack will be dipping into the main. Looks like he wants to confirm whether or not we're mining gas. He does get eyes on the Lings! He's aware of the Lings. He's aware of the potential here of damage. We get the CC just barely done, and we should be able to lift up just in time. Lings have arrived, but there's nothing to kill. There's no SCVs, and the wall is solid. So a nice defense here by Nickrack. More Lings are moving out, more Lings are flooding. But we should be able to defend. All we have to do is buy time for the Hellions and we should be fine. Meanwhile, Wayne is droning. And Wayne is in a rough position, I would say. Like, we invested quite heavily into an earlier gas, earlier pool, delayed hatchery, invested into all these Lings. And so far, it hasn't been worth it. So far, we haven't gotten many kills. I like our setup here, though. It looks like we're trying to catch out the Hellions, ideally, and then get economic damage done. There's potential. And we do dive in. We go for the dive, we get one, we get two SCVs, and we do not quite make it into the main. The Hellion kiting is just a little bit too good. 2 SCV kills, that's okay. That's a nice bit of damage dealt here, damage that we needed to do, but ideally we wanted more. And now Nickrack has defended. Hellions move out. Behind this, we're getting into a 1-1-1. Very safe and very, I mean, I say safe initially, but also an aggressive build here by Nickrack. I'm pretty sure we delayed the 3rd CC because of the build of Wayne. So Nickrack was playing very safe and responding in kind. And with this, that means that he can turn this defense into an offense. Banshee's already on the way, and this is going to be ideal against the eventual Roach play of Wayne. Roachborn has been thrown down. Banshee's already moving out. We're going to harass. Likewise, so those Hellions. So now Wayne has to take a more defensive stance instead. Back at home, we have the Lair on the way. Additional Spore Crawlers to help defend against the Banshees. We're getting ready. Gotta grow the cake before we share it. True. Give us some cake. Give. As of now, we're settling in. We are going to be settling in. Hellions likewise going to be poking in. And they will be able to shave off some HP on these queens. The Banshee likewise going to go for them as well. We have Spore Crawlers in position in each of these mineral lines, so the mineral lines are safe and sound. The drones should not be going down. But the queens, you have to respect the Banshees. Oh! Yeah, for now, just focusing on creep tumors. And won't be able to keep up. Ooh, one Banshee goes down. Big overextension by Nickrack. And he did fly too close to the sun. Did get burned. Hellions are still being active, going for the queens, going for the tumor even. Meanwhile, that's an infestation bit on the way. Okay, Wayne. You have my attention. I'm curious if this is just going to be for fast hive tech, or if we spice things up and do something crazy. I'm curious. When I say crazy, I'm referring to something crazy like Swarm Host play. If this was Chan, I'd be like, yo, Papi, show us the Swarm Host. Wayne, okay, he cancels. Looks like he was a little bit concerned it was going to be mech, but alas, that is not the case. It is going to be Biotank, and we think better of going into a fast hive or into something a little bit different. And she's still being active. Aliens rotating around. Once again, catching another tumor. Very nicely done here by Nickrack. Banshees, they hit the natural. 2 drones go down. Nickrack pulling back, and he's again building up his bio army behind this. No 3rd CC. Okay, so my apologies. I just assumed that we would have one by now, but yeah, there is no 3rd base. We're very committed here on 2 bases. Nickrack building up quite an army, and what do we have to defend? We have 9 roaches, 4 ravagers, we have lings, no banelings. 1-1 is a ways off. The upgrades here are not going to be finishing in time, and here we go. Nickrack, he's pushing in. And this is very crisp. 1-1 just finished off with the Terran. Yeah, massive push. Biles, will they connect? Ooh, they take down a tank. Not bad. 1 tank goes down. But the Marines, they stim on forward. Only 1 tank left. The Biles. Ooh, this time they weren't quite connect. Second tank does fall. It's just the Bio Army. But Nickrat, he's trading well. He takes down all the roaches, takes down the Ravagers, the Queens, the Vials. Oh, the Vials, they take down the Medivacs. The Vials have been brutal, but it looks like Nickrat, he does it anyway. He breaks through, working towards the mineral line. Drones are falling, reinforcements are working up, but just to be knocked down. Nickrat still rallying across the map. Oh, he's barely being cleaned up. Again, this push was a little bit careless from Nickrat. Again, he lost a tank to the Vials, he lost Medivacs to the Vials. But Nickrat, he also knows how close he is to just breaking Wayne and killing him. Now we get a third CC on location, very late third. This was basically a borderline all-in from Nickrat, just because our third base is so heavily delayed. But Wayne, he lives. He survives. We're droning. We're massing out more Roach Ravager. 1-1 is finishing, getting into +2. We can see Nickrat, he's rotating over to shut down a fourth, but there is no fourth. And I'm sure he's content about that. He's like, hold up, you're on an even base count with me, or soon to be an even base count? Okay. I can live with that. There we go, fourth now being thrown down. Wayne coming back in. We do get a Ravager. We get 2. Nickrat able to catch 2 Ravagers, pulling back. Likewise, back at home. Getting into the rest of his Raxes. 2 twos on the way. We have a game. We have a game on our hands. I was concerned that earlier Nickrat would end it, and he could have, definitely. I do think that Wayne barely held on earlier against the aggression of Nickrat. Now we have a back and forth. Now we have a game available. We can try to bring this all the way back and look to get that ace match. For now, Hive is on the way. We have the Visage bit, Hydrogen as well. Safety Infestors. Looks like we're working towards Hydra Lurker Viper. We're working towards that kind of composition. And Nickrat has lost a lot of his pushing power. So the game is going to settle. The game will settle down. Liberators, they rotate off into the main, in towards the fourth base. Oh god. They're taking a lot of hits, a lot of damage. But they have arrived, and there's no Spore here towards the south, so drones are going down. We have 2 drone kills so far. Keeping Wayne busy. There's that Lurker Den, now on the way. Oh! Last the Lurker Den is on the way. Getting ready for those upgrades. Liberator finally goes down. Getting a 3rd drone. And Nickrat is building up. Last, we've taken extra gases, so it looks like Nickrat, I mean, we're a little bit too late to hit an ARAX timing, so most likely going to be building up towards a 4th base and a longer, later game. Now, I'm not too sure if Nickrat really wanted that kind of game state. Usually Nickrat thrives in the mid-game, but that window, that door is closing. He's slowly closing here. Nickrat pushing forward. 2-2 about to finish up. Marines are going down. We do get on top of the base. We do force a cancel. Not bad. Force a cancel on the 5th. Big tank bellies go off. Oh, god. Calm down, Wayne. Do lose a chunk of roaches. The Lurkers are on the way. Fungal doesn't quite connect. We do have another Fungal. There's one more Fungal here in the chamber. Don't want to waste it. There we go. The Fungal does connect, but we have a massive line of tanks behind this. Tank volley is going to be going up. We're collapsing on top of the Lurkers. There aren't enough Lurkers. Not enough Lurkers. Vipers, what can they support? There's only one Lurker to hold the line. One Lurker, one dream. Can we hold against the wave of terror? We do yoink a tank. Not bad. Tank is abducted. But Nickrat, he just rallies across the map. He knows how close he is to breaking Wayne once again. We're about to have one more Fungal. Still the lone lurker gets targeted down. Additional lurkers have arrived, but it's too little too late. There's no more support. Yeah, lurkers are falling to the tanks. The base will fall as well. And Nicorette, he has broken the fourth. Now he's going for the third. Does overextend. Does rally in a little bit too deep. But the main army is slowly encroaching. Sieging up. And again, even though we got to lurker tech, we needed more time. Wayne, he needed a little bit more time to build up his support, to build up his lurkers. Alas, he did not have that time. Again, Nicorette hitting just with +2 or with 2-2. As soon as it hit, as soon as it finished up. See Wayne trying to muster up an army, leads out his roaches, tank volleys going off with the hydras. And Nicorette, he's still soon to be rallying everything across the map, still maxing out. We're within range of the base. Hatchery's under fire. And Wayne, he's down to 2 hatcheries, down to 2 bases. Cannot keep up, not anymore. Not against Nicorette. Overlord's getting caught out. Yeah, we're going to be able to focus them all down. Oof. Yeah, brutal losses here for Wayne. Wayne desperately going for a counterattack. He does move out. But there's a bunker, there's reinforcements. Nicorette turns around. Again, there's a bit of a desperation move out of Wayne, going for a quote-unquote base trade, but it's only 3 lurkers. Like, it's... there's not that much here. We focus 1 lurker down. There's 2 left. There's 2 lurkers. Then we're down to 1, and now we are down to 0. We lose the entire army. Wayne gets cleaned up across the map. Wayne is holding the line. Wayne is surviving on 2 bases. Let's go. Meanwhile, Nicorette in position to deny the third. Drones are going down as we get Liberators into the natural. And it looks like Nicorette, he floated his main. Did float his main over to expand. To expand at the 4th location. Lings are going to get some damage done. SCVs are falling. Alas, it's only a matter of time at this point. GG gets called, and Wayne, Nicorette, he has done it. He takes down Wayne 2-0 and advances on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Oh, just realized I had the wrong team name for Wayne. Congratulations to Nicorette for taking the series at 2-0 for advancing on into the semifinals, for being one of our first semifinalists. Congratulations. Congratulations. Meanwhile, my condolences to Wayne. He played well for himself. He did, but had a really rough start in game 1. Winding it back, if you remember, in game 1, the 2x Reaper did so much. We got 3 drone kills. We delayed the 3rd quite heavily. It led into the 2-1-1, the 3cc 2-1-1 drop play, which got 4 queens. And the denial on the 4th, like there was just a lot happening early on in game 1, which snowballed out of control. In game number 2 here, we saw that Wayne went for an aggressive build. He went for a gas first. He went gas pool, rush into link speed, and the initial link flood wasn't quite worth it. Likewise, Wayne happened to be going into roach play, whereas his opponent went into a 1-1-1 into banshees, which is ideal against roaches. It means that any kind of roach aggression was rendered almost inert. Like it was just going to be denied and shut down, and the banshees themselves able to just pin Wayne back in preparation for the eventual bio push and bio timing. It was very committed, borderline all in, 2-base all in from Nicorette, and yeah, the aggression just continued. GG, well played. GG, well played. And with that, we can catch up. We can catch up on the bracket. Oh boy, there's quite an amount of catching up to do, actually. There's quite a lot to go over, so let's switch our scenes. Let's switch our scenes and also try to make sure we don't get left behind. As it looks like certain areas of the bracket are progressing, others a little bit less so. Un momento. go. Okay, from the I just missed. No, I just missed the lobby. I did just miss the lobby here, but oh, by a couple of seconds. But from the top, it's all good. It's all good from the top. We have Blue Knight. Blue Knight took down Captain Fish 2-1, but Nightmare brought him down again. Nightmare is the, I think, number 2 seed, potentially top 2 seed in the tournament, and Nightmare is poised to make a deep run. He takes down Blue Knight 2-0, and now Nightmare is up against Middle VK in a best-of-3 quarterfinals match. The PvPs are upon us. Nightmare versus Middle VK in a PvP. Winner goes up against Geralt in another PvP in the upper half of the bracket. So, alas, the PvPs are upon us. Scrolling down, we have, I kind of glossed over it, but Geralt did take down Michnek 2-0, advancing on into the semifinals as well. It's a big win there for Geralt. I know Michnek has been on the rise, but Geralt did come out on top of that PvP. Michnek is the Ukrainian Protoss. Scrolling down, we have Cristiano. Cristiano up against Isop. I believe that is a PVZ, currently mid-series. Cristiano is favored to make a deeper run, but you can see that Cristiano, he's well, they're still in the round 16. Still early rounds there in that portion of the bracket, as Isop took down Serenity 2-0. So a lot of matches to still go on there. It's going to be Cristiano versus Isop, into Azura, into Nickrat. Now, because because the lower half of the bracket is a little bit delayed, because there are certain portions that are a little bit behind, that does mean that we'll most likely focus on the upper semifinals first. That means up next should be Nightmare versus Middle VK into Geralt into the lower semifinals. That is the current plan. Now, when I said earlier that we just missed the game, Nightmare is 2 minutes into his game. So we just missed Nightmare versus Middle VK, the mid-series. We might be able to catch them in game number 2 or game 3, or we'll just follow them into the semifinals. So that is the current plan. There we go. We can just move things over and focus on the later rounds. So I guess up next should be Nightmare versus Middle VK, or the winner against Geralt. We will be getting ready for that, so we'll be getting ready for our initial PvPs, and we'll catch up with Nickrat once we wrap up with the upper semifinals. So Nickrat, he has some time to himself. You know, he has some time to get some food, to get some water, to take a break. It's going to be a while until he gets a series. Do apologize, but again, we had a bit of a shakier start to the tournament, so some of the earlier rounds were delayed, but at least everything is in full swing. Everything is in full swing. Get things ready. Otherwise, catching up with the chat. I'm catching up. Any game that isn't a PvP, we are all winners. I mean, the downside is that, again, like, the non-Protosses were kind of congested to one location. So, basically, it's purely Protoss, except for Nickrat. Nickrat, he's a non-Protoss hope. I mean, I have a little bit of faith in Isop, but Cristiano is, you know, the #1 seed. So, we'll see. We'll see how he does. Best of luck. Best of luck. Best of luck to Nickrat to keep that non-Protoss flag strong. I don't know if you noticed, I'm actually wearing clothes. Good morning. Estefian, good morning. Good morning, Papi. Shaking my head. What are you playing in the tournament? What are you playing in Sparkling Tuna? When are you waking up at a reasonable time? Estefian. Why no Banelings? Because we were playing Roach Ravager. Just the style and composition of play there did lend to that. The goal, of course, was to get into Lurker tech. Alas, we're vulnerable in that like transition period. Are vulnerable. But for now, I guess we're going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. Just catching up. And when we return, we will have our next series. We'll be back soon in a couple of minutes. Take this moment to, get some water, get some rest, get some food yourselves. If you want to support the tournament, you can do so via Patreon or Matcherino, if you please, if you choose to. Otherwise, we'll see you guys soon. Until then, enjoy the Brutal Orbis tea. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 55. We're here and we're jumping in mid-series. We barely missed out on game 1, but we're here for game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the reigning Sparkling Tuna Cup champion, the Red Protoss, representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Mindel VK. Again, unfortunately, we did miss out on game 1, but we are here to embrace game number 2. We're here for it. We are ready for it. And we're jumping on in. Again, I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping we can sink our teeth into this PvP. I do know that Geralt is patiently waiting. He's patiently waiting for the win of this series, and we'll see who it's going to be. We have seen Mindel VK pop off in the past. Nightmare is the favorite player here, but I want to believe that Mindel VK can pop off once again. For now, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Mindel VK, 2-gate opener out of Nightmare. We are settling in, and so far our openers are looking quite standard. Hello, Mr. Probe. As Nightmare, he does end up avoiding the main scouting probe here. Interesting. Does avoid the scout, keeps the probe hidden. And do we come in, do we go for a fake pylon, or do we go for a real one? It's looking pretty real. It's I could be wrong. At the same time, oh my god, Bappy, let's go. The proxies are upon us. We have the proxy from Nightmare, proxy from MindoVK within the same screen. Great minds, they think alike. So it's a little bit awkward, but they will miss each other. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the Cybercores. Once the Cybercore finishes, we can throw down the Robo. I imagine going to be proxy Robo here from our players. It is Robo from MindoVK and Nightmare Stargate. Interesting. So we don't quite mirror each other. We do go for slight variations on our proxies. Now, MindoVK's proxy Robo is a one-base all-in. Nightmare's proxy Stargate is an aggressive build, but not an all-in. A proxy Stargate leads into oracles to harass across the map and harass the mineral lines. Meanwhile, it leads into an expansion. So Nightmare is looking to expand and get economic damage done. MindoVK is looking to kill. So different forms, different levels of aggression here from our players. No shoddy scouts! MindoVK! He does come in, he does get eyes on the Stargate. Big moment here for Mindle. He's aware of what's going on. Meanwhile, Adepts are moving out. We still haven't defended yet, but at least we're aware of what's happening. And with the Immortal, we could even try and depower the Stargate. But now, no, the Adepts, they get in. They shade into the main base. Probes are going to go down. 2 Adepts, they one-shot workers. 1 probe falls, a second, a third, a fourth. Can we get a 5th? Can we get a 6th? Oh, not quite, but 5 probe kills is already insane. Meanwhile, Adepts across the map, they are denied into the main. Immortals are amassing. You can see, yeah, we're going for the pylon. Oracle moves out. We have a shield battery at least. We do have a shield battery in position. Going for the pylon. Nightmare is now fully aware of what's going on, going for his own defensive Robo, his own 3rd gateway. He saw the missing tech in the main. And despite the Stargate being depowered, we are heavily fortified on 1 base. Nightmare still not spending his energy. Still not spending his energy on the Oracle. There we go, going for the Pulsar Beam. There's a Stalker in position. We get 1 probe kill, and here we go. The all-in is upon us. Now, MindoVK does have the Immortal advantage. That is true, does have the Immortal, but alas, we do see Nightmare with 2 shield batteries with an overcharge, with soon to be a War Prism of his own to basically juggle back and blink backwards defensively. 3rd gateway as well to maintain or even surpass the gateway army of his opponent. This is not going to be an easy push here from MindoVK. The force fields are good, but the juggling even better here from Mindle. Does juggle back, does preserve his units. Oh my god. Barely does preserve this, so 1 Adept goes down. Oh, 2nd Adept almost. So far, Nightmare is holding. We're holding on, back. Meanwhile, Prism moving out across the map. Nightmare looking to harass. Get into the main. The Oracle's still out there. At least we've gotten 1 gateway, so now we're down to 2 gates producing. Force field doesn't quite catch any units. The Prism does take some damage. Okay, MindoVK being very careful. Meanwhile, Adepts say shade in. No, Adepts say shade into the main. Probes are falling. And we have nothing at home. We have nothing back to him to defend. We go for a desperation warp in, but not before 4 or 5 probes go down. At the same time, MindoVK has to break through. So we do sneak into the main base. No force field. Force field was delayed. Overcharge gets pumped, but we do focus on the overcharge. Focus down the shield battery. 2 Immortals. We're breaking through. Yeah, boys, they have to be fooled. Nightmare is in trouble. But the Prism is so low. Oh, the Immortals as well. And we force back the army. Only 2 Immortals survive. Meanwhile, across the map, oh my god, massive stasis, no economy. We catch all the probes. GG gets called, and Nightmare will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. It was a bold move there by MinnowVK. He was gaining ground, he was getting damage done. Unfortunately, the Oracle and the Adept Harass was just becoming too much. It did stifle the all-in. It meant that MinnowVK could not afford to reinforce and could not afford to warp in across the map because it was just losing worker after worker. His economy was crippled. And with that, Nightmare does claim the series and does advance on into the semifinals. GG, well played. We're going to be following Nightmare into that semifinals match. And we already have an opponent ready and waiting. Exclamation mark B. If you missed it earlier, we already had a player waiting in those semifinals. It is going to be Geralt. The PvPs continue. Nightmare versus Geralt is going to be taking place. One Protoss is confirmed for the finals. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Meanwhile, we had another update. Christiana is up against Azura in another PvP. Winner goes up against Nicaract. Again, because we have the upper semifinals ready for us, we'll be covering the upper semifinals first, followed by the lower semis. That is the plan. That is the plan here. And this is going to be a rematch. Geralt and Nightmare, they faced off in the past, in previous Sparkling Tuna Cups. They do have some experience with each other. But still going to be a pretty interesting one here. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth. We'll see if that's going to be the case. As we're down to only a handful of players left. 5 players left in the tournament. And again, at least Nicaract has some time to recover before his next series, before his TVP. Message your Marines, hydrate your Hydras, disrupt your Disruptors, and relax your Roaches. Quack. Oh, relax your Roaches. I like it. I like it. Bust your Pains. Oh, no. Not like this. But for now, we are going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here, waiting for Geralt and Nightmare to conduct their vetoes. And once they are done, we'll be jumping in. We'll be jumping into that upper semifinals. We'll see you guys soon, in a couple of minutes. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Again, hope you enjoyed that shorter break and the brutal OST keeping you company as well. As we have returned with the first semifinals of the night of Sparkling Tuna Cup number 55, our weekly open tournament. Again, shout out to Kuro. Kuro has been adminning the event, of course, as she always does, and we will also be conducting a raffle just before the finals. We'll get into that right after, of course, the semis. And here we go. We have our first semifinals. Sporting in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think is going to make it to the grand finals. Will it be Nightmare or Geralt? Will it be the reigning Sparkling Tuna Cup champion? Or will it be the Polish Protoss himself? Not quite with a mustache anymore, but still one of the stronger Protoss players out there. He has been on the rise in the Polish scene, in the European scene, climbing those Protoss ranks amongst players like Harsum, like Skillus, like Geralt has been doing very well for himself in the past year of play, even longer. Getting into the upper echelon of European play. We'll see kind of where we settle. Predictions open. We go. For now, it is going to be 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Geralt. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Nightmare as well. 2-gate openers all around. We are going to be settling in. 2 gateways into their respective cyber cores. From here, we can open up in a couple different ways. We could open up Stalker Sentry, Double Adept, Double Stalker. Aggression is going to be favored on a map as small as Ghost River. Speaking of, that's what we've spawned in. A very small map. There it is. It's going to be a bit of a greedier opener out of Geralt. Meanwhile, a more aggressive opener out of Nightmare. Bold move. Now, again, with this opener, it's going to be Stalker Zealot. Initially, we cancel the Zealot going into the Stalker. I believe we should be canceling the Stalker and going for a faster expansion. So much greedier play here from Geralt. Yeah, the sentry has arrived. Probe gets forced back. And now we can expand. Now we... Yeah, I was like, we should be canceling. We cancel the Stalker and we expand. So it is a very greedy build here by Geralt, essentially opening up with 1 unit. 1 sentry expand here from Geralt. Meanwhile, Nightmare will have a bit of an army lead. We have 2 Stalkers. We have 2 Stalkers soon to be with 2 sentries to follow up and to support. Is on the way, going for a tech of choice, going for a Twilight Council opener from the side of Nightmare. Working towards Blink. Meanwhile, Geralt is going to be building himself up as well, yet to throw down any tech of choice. Keep an eye on Geralt to see if we go for a Stargate or a Robo. Probe Scout does confirm the Twilight Council. I feel like we should be responding with a Robo. Oh, never mind. Twilight Council follow-up here out of Geralt. Now, Blink is going to be much faster for Nightmare. It's going to be a very fast Blink timing available here to Nightmare. Until then, Geralt has to be a little bit more defensive and, yeah, take a more defensive stance overall until he catches up with his own Blink timing. Meanwhile, hello, Geralt. We do send a probe out on the map. Interesting. Throwing down a proxy pylon. Okay. Now, I know that I just said, oh, we have to catch up with Blink. Twilight Council's done. Blink is on the way, but with this proxy, I'm not going to be surprised if we see a Dark Shrine. That would be interesting. Hallucination does scout, does confirm the research on the Twilight Council. There it is! Dark Shrine is on the way. Bold move by Geralt. Very bold move going for the proxy Dark Shrine. Going into DT production. Meanwhile, if we have no detection, we're going to be vulnerable, but Nightmare doesn't cut corners. He goes for a safety Robo at the natural. Very nice follow-up here by Nightmare. It is not uncommon for Protoss players to go for a third, to take a third base before the Robo and to delay their Robo even longer. But thankfully, as we can see, we have thrown down the Robo, we have access to detection. I believe Geralt has not confirmed. Yeah, Geralt, he has not seen the tech at the natural. He's unaware. He hasn't seen the third base timing either. So Geralt is gambling a little bit here, and he can still get damage done, but he won't end the game. Like, he should not end the game with this. This Nightmare should be able to have the tools to defend. As there's the Robo. And we should soon be seeing an Observer. Yeah, we go. Observer is on the way. Meanwhile, Geralt taking a later third base, getting into his own Blink Stalkers. Blink about to finish. Meanwhile, Nightmare will have the Forge with +1, so Nightmare will have the faster third base. The superior Stalkers with +1 is just building up. Geralt taking a chance. Getting into those Dark Templar. DTs are waddling in. First Observer is parked outside the natural. Now with these DTs, we can still just wait for the opportune moment and then go in as Nightmare moves out, and we can still get damage done. But we have to be very careful with our Dark Templar. Don't want to overextend. Now we are going to be settling in. We have, I believe, 2 observers, right? Yeah, 2 observers here. One in the main, one at the natural. DT's lying in wait outside. Very patient play out of Geralt. Meanwhile, saturating our third, probing up. And Nightmare is even about to scout this with the hallucination. It does confirm the proxy, does confirm the Dark Shrine. Now, upon confirming this, Nightmare should be throwing down cannons. We should be seeing cannons in all these mineral lines. There we go. Cannons are on the way. Even though we have detection, we do need side defense here to ensure that nothing goes awry. There we go. Cannons and shield batteries. Jesus, that's quite a lot. Cannon at the natural, cannon in the main. And you can definitely argue that this is inadvertent damage, right? Like, because we scouted the Dark Shrine, now it does force extra side defense, extra resources spent elsewhere. True, but this is also still a big commitment here from Geralt, and he still has to make it pay for itself. I would still give the edge to Nightmare. When it comes to the main armies, Nightmare, he's up in Stalkers, he's even in Immortals, he's up in upgrades. +1 is about to finish, though. And Nightmare does not have +2 on the way. Oh. We're committed. Nightmare is moving out with everything he has. We have no shield. Oh, okay, we do have a shield battery. Thankfully, we do have a shield battery behind this. We do have the overcharge. Nightmare pushing forward. Nice force fields. We do hold the line. Geralt is holding. DT is not pushing in quite yet. There we go. They do waddle forward. But again, there's 2 cannons to defend. We should be okay. The DTs pull back. Shields are going to be triggered. We do catch 1 sentry. 1 sentry goes down. Nightmare getting within range of the cannon. Unable to break through. Geralt is expanding, taking a 4th base. Let's go. Is taking a 4th. Overcharge is popped. And Geralt, he blinks on forward. Is within range of the overcharge. Will help support him. And Geralt will hold the line. Force fields did pin him back. DT is turning around. I believe Geralt did snipe the observer. Yeah. We have a backup observer on the way. Nightmare is going for the 4th. Does force a cancel. Also going for the proxy. But again, here come those Dark Templar. Catching out the main army. And can we catch the Prism? It's going to be close. Yeah, we're diving in the army. Nightmare, he's pinned. He has to recall. He's forced to recall. We'll bleed out more Stalkers. 2, 3 more Stalkers go down. Big pickoffs. And despite canceling the 4th, it's still faster for Geralt. Geralt still has the faster 4th. 4th just now on the way for Nightmare. Picks up, gets the hell out of there. Dark Shrine has been killed. Do we have any DTs? We still have 2 Dark Templar with the main army. They can still do well. Nightmare racing back. Getting into Disruptors. The bay is done. We have double Robo, double Disruptor production. Now, even though Geralt does have momentum on his side, pushing into disruptors is very difficult. Very difficult to pull off. And we're getting into our own disruptor production. Let's go. Disruptors are on the way. Fourth base being taken. +2 faster for Geralt, as he did invest earlier. As Nightmare was stuck on +1 for quite some time. Was maybe not expecting to have to expand and take a fourth. Dark Shrine being rebuilt. I do love this, that we're reinvesting. Once again, the Observer goes down. Do we have any Observers left? We do not. Not for Nightmare. They have to be rebuilt. To rebuild the Observers. DTs could hit the fourth or even the natural. Even going to the main. We have potential. Would need a lot of DTs. Just because of the cannons. Nightmare double expanding, going for the fifth base. It's double expanding. How many disruptors do we have? 7 versus 5. 7 from Nightmare. We snipe 1. One disruptor goes down. Then it goes up. Takes down the Zealot. Very chaotic moment. This Nightmare does move out on the right hand side. At the same time, Geralt trying to bypass the army is spotted. Nightmare coming in. Ooh, snipes another disruptor. Nerva's going up. Nice catch. Another disruptor goes down. And we're getting the drop into the main at the same time. Yeah, Nightmare, he has just been trading better here. Same time, looks like the Prism is getting caught out. Nerva's going up. Ooh, big connections. And we deny the southern base. Nexus is cancelled. Denied. Likewise pushing forward. Oh my god. And both players are about to max out. Going for a massive DT counterattack. Bold move here. Ooh. By Geralt. Going for a Hail Mary play. Shuts down the first cannon. Shuts down the second. DTs are popping off. What about the main army? As we get 19 probe kills across the map. So much damage being dealt. The entire middle line goes down. Shulcenovas up. They go off. No big connections. We zone away the army. Observer has arrived. We shut down the robos. And that's the biggest thing. It wasn't just the middle line, but we got both robo facilities. Which means no more disruptors. Up. Oh my god, we almost connect. Geralt pushing in. Does have the high ground. Geralt's a little bit late to shoot there. Does catch the disruptor, but yeah, we just dive on the army. Nightmare, he can take the fight, forcing Geralt all the way back. Has to get the hell out of here. And he's going to bleed out quite a lot in the process. And Geralt, we need to spend our money. We're getting into Zealots, working towards Sky Toss. Stargate's on the way. We're going to get caught out. Yeah, massive pick up here from Nightmare. He catches the main army. Even though Nightmare, he lost a little of his economy, even though he lost his production, his main army here stands strong. Main army does stand strong. That's going up. His base will fall. Geralt trying to muster up his army. Again, still has an economy to work with. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Geralt. He's going to be able to remax. He just needs time. Does need time. We do have a DT waddling in. Going to be distracting Nightmare. Both players about to max out. Tempest on the way this time. Better connection for Geralt. We are getting some better connections. Tempest on the way. Again, if Geralt can hold on a little bit longer, build up his Tempest count. Ooh, much better Novas. Novas will connect. We have the overcharge. Tempest under fire. But Geralt is building up. Is building up and is getting away with a better army. Nightmare getting forced back. Going to try and force his way up the ramp towards the natural. Does break down the wall. Oh my god. Geralt trying to anticipate those blinks. Doesn't quite get them. Nova zoning away the army. Tempest count getting higher. At the same time, bottom right was denied. We've rebuilt the wall. Once again engaging. Oh my god. Takes out the disruptor. Shuts down the observer as well. Zealot's rocking up. We do see Nightmare trying to go for a big counterattack. Again, Nightmare does have the more mobile army. And this might force a recall. Might end up forcing the recall. Catching another disruptor. And Stalkers towards the natural. Nothing quite in position. Does force a warping at least. Warping in DTs. And we're going to lose a lot. We're going to lose so much in the main base. The Stargates. The Stargates, they get depowered. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. We do force a recall. We should be able to get this whole back up and running. Main army's going to be clashing. Nightmare getting back into disruptor production. Pushing forward, going Mass Blink Stalker. Tempest is still massing up. Tempest can trade well, but they're also vulnerable on their own. Like, we have to make sure we don't get caught out. Main army is spotted. Why is Nightmare outmaneuvering his opponent? Novas go off. Oh my god. They connect in favor of Geralt, just barely. It was close. Oh my god, massive connection. No. Yeah, Geralt, he bleeds out so many disruptors. Now we can dive in. Now, where is the support? We have Zealots. Zealots, they morph in just in time. But is it enough? These Tempests, they're so exposed. We have to pull back. Overcharges pop with a Mass Blink Stalker. We're getting under the Tempest. And it looks like Nightmare has too much. Again, if only we had a handful of disruptors, we could hold the line. But it's not going to happen. Not anymore. Zealots are coming in. They do help reinforce. Tempest doing what they can. We didn't repower everything in the main. Disruptors are on the way. Up! Oh my god, we do get a connection. And even though Nightmare had a bit of a worse economy here, did break through. Is slowly bleeding off units here. And Geralt still maintains like the southern base. We still have a stronger worker count. Heavily oversaturated. We do need to work on that saturation. Up. Nightmare does avoid the main army. Ooh, massive connections. Massive Novas. GG gets called, and Nightmare will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Oh my, a very, very intense back and forth. I mean, we had some really good damage dealt by the initial DTs from Geralt, able to shut down the robos, able to shut down the economy. We successfully got into Tempest production as well, but at the end of the day, we did see some better Novas, or I say better Novas, it was really just one Nova. We saw one big Nova connect in favor of Nightmare, where he got like 4 or 5 disruptors. That was a massive moment where things heavily swung in his favor. Before that, we saw that Nightmare was able to, just pick away at the disruptor count. was able to pick away the disruptor counts over time and out-trade his opponent. But I want to believe that Geralt can bounce back here, that we can fight back. So we're getting ready for game number 2. Let's go. Meanwhile, it looks like we do have the lower semifinals ready for us. Do you have the lower semifinals ready? We are getting there. As spawning in, oh, there we go. In the bottom right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming, down in this series, looking to bounce back and force the ace match. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. We go. Are going to be settling in. As once again we should be seeing some 2-gate openers from both Nightmare and Geralt. Should be settling in here, and again Geralt did have a pretty big advantage in the last game, like with the army when it comes to the economy as well. But that's where Nightmare could really thrive, as he had a lot of micro potential with Mass Blink Stalker Disruptor, and was able to out-control, was able to out-trade, and eventually overwhelm. But we'll see how we can settle into our next game. See how we can settle in. For now, we are just going to be working up towards our 2-gate opener. Oh my god, my apologies! Nightmare going for Gate Expand! I just made an assumption there, but Nightmare going for a much more economic opener, which means Geralt has the option to go for something more aggressive. He did confirm the build of choice. Now, Geralt could go for a 1-base all-in, but it looks like a Proxy Stargate. Looks like a setup for a Proxy Stargate into Oracle production, so it's going to be Adepts alongside Oracles to harass across the map. And Geralt will expand. Nightmare is here to be as annoying as possible. We'll delay the expansion. Stargate is on the way. Meanwhile, Nightmare opening up Roper. So Nightmare playing very safe. He's unaware of what's going on. Nightmare getting ready for the worst. With this Roper opener, we have access to a Prism and to Immortal production in case it isn't all in. We can see that it's not. Geralt is just going to be harassing with Oracles and Adepts, and we'll be expanding. Adepts, they do take extra hits. Oh, the Shade is denied. Shade into the main base is going to be denied here. We at least kept the Adepts alive. Now we have from 2 into 4 Adepts. 4 Adepts turning a Shade. Oracle into the main. There's a Stalker in position where we're going for the Mineral Line. And we head for the main base. Probes are going down. We get 3, 4. Up. Can we get 5? Barely can. Oh, but did we ever say our welcome? We do barely get away. 5 probe kills at the same time. Adepts, they cannot Shade into the main, but they do Shade into the natural. And we're just accumulating that probe damage. 10 probe kills. Oh my god, 10 workers go down. Geralt, calm down. Gets 10 worker kills, takes a worker lead, but he still doesn't quite have the natural. So Nightmare can recover. Nightmare can rebuild those workers And there's still a lot more pressure on Geralt to get more damage done. Meanwhile, both players working towards Blink. Twilight Council's on the way. Blink alongside it. Second Oracle comes in. Oh, gets one more probe. One probe goes down. Oh my god. As we don't quite get the Adepts. Geralt's barely shading away. Blink is on the horizon here for Geralt. Likewise, Gateway Explosion from Nightmare trying to catch up with his own Blink. So we do shade in. Once again, we're still not. Oh my, we're still getting more damage done, Papi. Getting up to 4. Oh, almost 5. 4 more probes. That's going to be 16 probe kills in total. Ay, ay, ay. An entire mineral line worth of workers have gone down. Nightmare just unable to keep up. And now here comes the next wave. Here comes the next push. How many gateways? 4. It's going to be 4 Gate Blink Stalkers out of Geralt. He's done a crippling amount of damage already. He's done so much economic damage. And now we're coming in for the kill. Or we could try to, at least. Oracle meeting up. We have a proxy pylon towards the left-hand side. Geralt is moving out. And there's going to be a window. There's going to be a timing where Geralt has Blink and Nightmare does not. His Blink is still on the way. The army is spotted by the Observer. Nightmare has the high ground. Gets a shut off. Ooh, gets a Stalker. Yeah, Blink finishing up 1 second too late. There's that proxy gateway and Geralt expands. Geralt does expand. Again, the worker counts are still neck and neck. Geralt's rotating into the main. Stasis trap going up. Oh, we don't react! Oh, no reaction. Massive stasis here into the natural base. Aye, aye, aye. We catch the entire mineral line. Probes are caught out. Likewise, stasis into the main doesn't quite connect this time. Not quite yet. Geralt does fall back. So Geralt rotates around. Headed for the main. We have the Oracle here for high ground vision. And we will dive in. Okay, we dive into the main base. Stalkers are being focused on. We can depower the pylons. And shut Nightmare down. Even going for the Robo. We won't quite get it. Robo will survive. Getting into Immortal production. But good pickups nonetheless. Out of Geralt, he does pull away. Likewise, continuing to reinforce. With more Stalkers. Are amassing more Stalkers here, but alas, with the help of the Immortals, we can make up for our lack of Blink Stalkers. So Nightmare can defend, he can hold. No shield batteries at the third, which is a little bit concerning. Look at the army sizes. Geralt does have the Stalker lead, once again rotating into the main, but this time we're in position. This time Nightmare is ready. Oh, we're blinking nonetheless. Yeah, no fear, we go for the Immortal. We focus it down. The Immortal falls. Nightmare out of position. Adepts a shade into the mineral line. But Geralt won't quite break through. Got the Immortal at least. Leaves out 2 Stalkers. Continuing to reinforce, taking a 4th base. Geralt not taking extra gases, just focusing on mineral income here at the 3rd, just going mass Blink Stalker into Zealots. Meanwhile, Nightmare working towards Disruptors. So Nightmare is taking up, that's why we have extra gases. And Geralt is sticking with a Swarm Toast composition with mass gateway units. Trying to brute force his way through. And he could. For a long time there were no shield batteries, so there were 3 shield batteries on the way. They are in production. Iron production here for Nightmare. He's up against the wall. Mass zealots are accumulating back at home. And we will soon pull the trigger. Just waiting for that moment. Speaking of, stasis trap is going to get baited out. So you bait out the stasis. Disruptors are on the way. I feel like we're missing our window here for Geralt. Here we go. The boys are all coming together. Getting a Stalker, getting 2. Stalker counts are comparable. Disruptor being held back. Soon to be 2 Disruptors. Oh. And these Novas are going to be so crucial here in the defense. So crucial for Nightmare. Oracle into the main. Stasis trap goes off. Once again, massive stasis in the main base. Big connection. Disruptors have been revealed. Geralt is aware. I'm curious if his plan now, it could just be to contain. Yeah, cannon, shield batteries. Now we can take gases. Now we can take up ourselves. We don't have to force it. Oh. Catching a Stalker. Zealot counterattack running into Geralt. Geralt now diving into the main. Zealots do collapse here on top of the main army. That was going to get baited out. We're fleeing into the main. Stasis trap will finish. And we do get the pylon. Catching a good chunk of the army. Not a bad start. Oh! That was going up. Looks like 1 disruptor went down. And we call 1 disruptor. We still have 2 more, which we can snipe. We get 1. We get 2, and now 3 disruptors. Oh my god, the 3rd disruptor barely survives with the overcharge. Barely does live. And Geralt pulls back. He respects it. Doesn't want to get caught out. It's a fight out in the open instead. And that Nova is not going to go off. And nice snipe. And with that, Geralt, he can take the fight. Oh, he's bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. A lot of Stalkers are going down, but we're coming in for the surround. Yeah, we collapse on the army. We go for the Immortals. Disruptor has arrived. Big connection. Massive connection on the Zealots. Nightmare takes a supply lead, and Geralt has been missing Warpins. Oh, we have been missing Warpins here back at home. We have a lot of resources in the bank. And now we're taking Robo, Bay, Immortal production. And Geralt, he was so close to breaking Nightmare. So close. But Geralt, he pulls back. Let's pull back, getting into the rest of his production. Getting into his robos, into his bay, eventually into his own disruptors. But Nightmare, now he has a massive disruptor lead. Like, even though Geralt has all these bases, and even though Geralt has the better economy, like, when it comes to the quality of the army, like, we have to favor Nightmare here. Look at all these disruptors. 5 disruptors against 0. Like, Nightmare has just so much potential with this force. Doubling forward. Novas are going to be going off. They connect. Oh, massive connections. Big overextension here by Geralt. Geralt, ay. Just pushing in too far, pushing in too deep. Takes so many Novas to the face. And Geralt's being outscaled. Again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Nightmare. Geralt was on a timer. And he was doing so well this game, getting so many probe kills, so many stasis traps. Outmaneuvering the army, sniping disruptors, but again, the window has closed. Nightmare being quite bold, very bold here with these disruptors. Moving forward. Meanwhile, the disruptors are spotted by Geralt. He's aware. Oh my, cheeky moves! Let's go! Nova's going off! Up! They do go off. They go for the disruptors. It looks like we do get the massive connections. Geralt, let's go. How was that, like 4 or 5 disruptors? Update, Pappy, update. Disrupt, there we go. A 2 for 5 trade. Very nicely done. Thanks to the observer that does go down. That was a critical observer there for Geralt. Crucial even. And with that, suddenly, Nightmare no longer has the disruptor lead. Suddenly, Geralt, he's bouncing back. Both players are maxed out. Looking at the armies, we have 4 disruptors versus 3. Fleet beacons on the way. We're getting ready for Sky Toss. Geralt does have the superior economy. We have the gold base. Oh. Pulling back. Geralt is going to be pulling back. Stellar counterattacks being set up. It is spotted. Nightmare is aware. Nightmare is aware. Meanwhile, Nova's go off, I believe, first for Geralt. Yeah, does shoot first. Ooh, even catching Stalkers. At the same time, Geralt busting into the mineral line. Does overextend a little bit here, as Nightmare was in position. But when it comes to the main fight, it's in favor of Geralt. Does catch Nightmare out. Nova's, they connect. Good chunk of Stalkers go down. Geralt does rotate over, going for the disruptors. Up. This time Nightmare does shoot first. Does shoot first here. Geralt pulling back. And still a lot of posturing. I mean, Geralt, he's taking this slow as he's working towards +1 air attack and working towards Sky Toss. And wants to head in that direction, so it's still a very tense situation here. Up! Still very tense. As Nightmare shoots first, takes down 2 disruptors. And this could be it. This could be the moment. Novas will connect in favor of Geralt. But Last is being forced back. Yeah, Nightmare gaining ground. Does gain ground, does preserve most of his disruptors, and is pushing through. Behind this, Geralt setting up a surround. Does come in, blinks forward. Disruptors will connect, and it looks like Geralt, does he have enough? Barely does. Barely breaks through. Got the balls. And I was hoping that this would have been ready. I was like, okay, now we can make Tempest, right? Not quite. 2 more Stargates are on the way. We did not have the Stargates ready for this, despite the bank of Geralt was not ready for the Skytoss switch, for the Skytoss transition. So we're still working towards it. DT counterattack, shuts down a base. I want to favor Nightmare at least until we hit those Tempest. Until Tempest arrive. Thanks to all these disruptors. Stalker army does try to sneak behind the force of Nightmare. Does try to slip by. Our base is on the way. Again, if Geralt can just buy some more time and make use of these Stargates, then sure, like, we can make some magic happen. And there it is. Carrier production has begun. But it's only just now begun. It could have started, I feel like, quite some time ago. So not quite there. Nightmare rotating around, going for the gold. And we may as well just go for a base trade. Disruptors have turned around. They're on the hunt. Up, who catches who? Oh, the Novas. Yeah, they take down the Disruptors. Massive connections, and Nightmare loses almost every single one. 2 Disruptors survive. 2 Disruptors do survive. The goal base falls. So does the Proxy. Geralt rotating around, building up more carriers. More carriers on the way. Only 2 Stargates. I was hoping for a 3rd. So only making 2 carriers at a time. And Nightmare trying to catch out the main army. Does move out across the map. At the same time, Geralt moves in. Nightmare turns around for a moment. Now we're going to be committed. We are pushing out. Nova's go off. Oh my god. Geralt did take a Nova to the face. Did happen off screen there. Disruptors in position. Yeah, we're hoping to catch those Stalkers. And I feel like Geralt, we've done it. Have we gotten away with Skytoss? Kind of. How many are we still on 2 carriers? 3. Carrier count isn't looking too high. So Mass Stalker, I would still favor here. Only 3 carriers. Top right base going down. Do snipe the Nexus. Bearing in mind as well, Nightmare has a super maxed army, as Nightmare has stayed on a lower overall worker count. Only 3-way saturation. It's going up, catching Zealots. Geralt taking bottom left once again. Moving out with his entire army. And he is prone to getting surrounded. Has to be careful. Nightmare coming in from behind. Never going up. God, but that's a lot of Stalkers. And we don't quite commit. We don't quite dive in. Observer goes down. Nightmare pushing forward. Oof. He's got a group of Stalkers and a group of Disruptors. And we're just trying to catch Geralt out. Especially because Nightmare is grad focus, I wouldn't be opposed to him knocking down the rocks. But for now, pulling back. He's going to be defending. She'll sound the DT at the same time. We attempt some DT harass elsewhere. We have cannons. Never's go off! Geralt pushing through. Disruptors, they're coming from behind. It looks like they will connect. Yeah, massive connections. Geralt bleeding out. Disruptors. Zealots from behind. Likewise, Geralt sets up his own surround. And catches the Stalkers. They barely will not blink in time. Novas will connect. And Nightmare, he's being chased down. Once again, flanking Disruptors. Massive connections here on these Stalkers. And Nightmare has to get the hell out of here. And he gets caught out. And Geralt, his supply, it barely moves. He's still maxed out. With a massive army, he gets 17 probe kills at the northern base. Geralt double expands. And Geralt is looking to take this. Now up to 5 carriers, soon to be 7. Oh. Oh my god. The blink a little bit too late. Massive connections. Nightmare does pop up. Goes for a big counterattack. Knocks down the 4th. Geralt coming in from behind. Up! If I connect. doesn't quite connect that. Meanwhile, the goal base is going to be shut down. Nightmare rotating. Nightmare still has potential. Can still try to outmaneuver Geralt. Geralt still has a larger bank. It's going to be recalling over. Does see the movement with the Zanaga. He sees. He knows. Is in position. No shield batteries. We dive in. Oh, but the diving gets punished. We do punish the blink. Novas go up. The Stalkers get shut down. At the same time, looks like we caught the Stalkers, the ground army of Geralt. Mothership. Mothership gets shut down. The flanking disruptors. Big connections. Geralt does find some good connections here on the Stalkers. At the same time, Nightmare catches out some disruptors and the carrier. Carrier goes down. Disruptor as well. So what am I defended against? Chaotic for both players. Chaos does ensue. Goal base is denied. You can see Nightmare trying to hunt down those carriers. Attempts to. Oh! Needs out more Stalkers. And Nightmare, he's burning through his bank. Nightmare, he needs an expansion. As you can see here, Nightmare, he's running out of resources. Has, what, 5 patches here towards the south. Sorry, 4 patches. 3 patches here. Nightmare falling further and further behind in the army supply because of his economy. At the same time, they're going for a split push. The south, the north. Probes are falling. But again, we can't replace the Stalkers is a problem. Does go for the recall. We'll lose everything. Stalkers go down. At the same time, we hit the production. The Novas. Nightmare doing everything he can, but it's still an uphill battle. It's still just too much. 21 probes fall. But Nightmare's getting caught out. Black Templar, they trade with the Stalkers. And this is really all we have left. The Stalker army, 70 supply. Meanwhile, Geralt, we still have the Golden Armada. 6 carriers. Sure, we focus out the disruptors, we beat out so much of the process. GG gets called in. Geralt will do it. He will take it. Game number 2. We're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game number 3. Oh my god. A very chaotic game there. I mean, Geralt had the better economy for so long, for so much of that. Did go for a late tech switch into Sky Toss. I did feel like we could have done so a little bit earlier, but we got there nonetheless. And once we got there, we were able to build up and overwhelm. And again, the pressure was on Nightmare to just pick away at the Sky Toss as best he could, but he wasn't able to. He wasn't able to in the end. So we're getting ready for the ace match for game 3. Getting ready for game 3. Let's go. Let us go. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to Dynasty for the ace match. When are you waking up in the morning? Este fiat. There you go. Geralt on EU, Geralt on NA. Yeah. Get the T and the D. But we are getting ready for the ace match, getting ready for the conclusion of this series. And yeah, we're able to bounce back here against Nightmare. It's going all the way to that final game in this best of 3. And I believe we have the lower semifinals ready for us as well. Just quickly double checking. Yes, we have the lower semifinals as well. Cristiano took down Azura 2-0, and Cristiano is up against Nick Racked in the lower semis. They are patiently waiting for the conclusion of our series. Looks like Geralt does need a moment, though. I don't blame him. After a very long game on Golden Aura, he needs a breath, he needs a moment, needs some time. I fully understand. Needs a moment to himself before we jump into the ace match. And how will this story end? But again, that last game I was so concerned that that because of the late tech switch into Skytos, that Cristiano would be able to, sorry, that not Cristiano, that Nightmare would be able to break through and would be able to outmaneuver and just out-trade Geralt. But Geralt, he was able to hold the line. Did hold the line back. Did hold the line in the end. So we are settling in. And we're getting ready for game 2. Sorry, game 3. We are settling into game 3. Gonna be on Dynasty. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Here we go. We are settling in. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to the ace match. It is going to be on Dynasty of all maps, which is crazy. Now, when it comes to Dynasty, there are certain features of this map. One of the big ones is the goal base. The goal base you can rush into. The goal base you can take at the natural. But in a PvP matchup, you usually avoid the gold. You usually take this later on as a third or as a fourth base instead. The reason for this is because of how aggressive and how difficult it can be to actually get this base up and running against harass, right? Adepts, stalkers, oracles, sentry, anything range-based can of course harass and deter any mining at the gold. So it's difficult to take the gold base early on unless you're up against a Zerg player. Right, Zerg players with Lings and with Banelings early on can't really punish this too much. You can punish it with Roaches, but a Zerg player would have to rush into Roaches to make that happen. That's also why in like ZVPs and ZVTs we see a lot of Roach all-ins in that kind of dynamic on this map. It's very common to see Roach all-ins. But here in a PvP we should be taking the standard expansions. The natural, if you will. Not the gold. We'll see if we can get there. See if we can get there. And where the game takes us. We've seen that so far in longer games, Geralt has been more fond of embracing something like Skytos. Has been more fond of it. Meanwhile, Nightmare has been more willing to stick with a more dynamic mid-game composition of Stalker Disruptor. That's been the case so far in Game 1 and Game 2. If the game goes on that long, then we can embrace that once again. But we'll see if we try to end the game a little bit earlier. Speaking of, that's what Geralt was going for on Golden Aura. He was quite committed early on 3 bases. Trying to kill his opponents with a massive gateway army and was unable to. Nightmare survived with Disruptors. And now you can see both players attempting to expand here on the low ground. Geralt will be the first to expand. Nightmare, his expansion is delayed thanks to the pylon. Pylon will be shut down. Pylon will fall. And now we do take our own expansion. Nightmare does pull away. And we're getting into our Twilight Councils. Okay, Twilight Council opener from both players. No one is rushing into Robo and Immortals. But Nightmare does have the Stalker lead and takes down the first Stalker already. The first Stalker goes down. Shield battery as well. Already we have momentum on the side of a Nightmare. And even though Geralt went for the faster expansion, which he did do, is going to have a hard time actually controlling that base. We have to wait for another warp in. The base is under fire. With some extra Stalkers, we should be able to break out. Should. As Geralt expands elsewhere at the gold. Boys are being pulled. Sentries have arrived for the force fields. The counter force fields, though. We catch a Stalker. Very nice. We do catch a Stalker. More boys being pulled. Oh, likewise, we can see Nightmare reinforcing immediately. Trying to break his opponent as quickly as possible. And he's going for the base, and he will get it. The Nexus will fall. 6 probes as well. And the Nexus goes down at the same time. Geralt taking that gold. That will help him recover. Going for a Dark Shrine as well. But Geralt, he is in a rough position. Nice force field. Does trap one Stalker. And should be able to focus it down. Should focus it down. Geralt getting his own gold base. Now, as I mentioned before, this gold base is really risky to take in this matchup just because it can be abused quite hard. That's why Geralt's already in position. Nightmare has yet to confirm. He hasn't checked the gold base yet. He's unawares. Pulling back, building up. Blink is finishing up for Nightmare, and he's pushing, and Geralt's in a lot of trouble. Now, the mining at this gold base is helping him recover and helping him keep up, but the reality is that Nightmare is still ahead after killing the natural base. And he's moving out. He is moving out, looking to knock down the gold. And he has arrived, going for the Stalker. And he does attempt to focus it down. Overcharge is popped. That will help out Geralt for as long as it lasts, but we just have an overwhelming army. We have an overwhelming number of Stalkers. Yeah, he will break through. Shield batteries, they're finishing up, but it's not going to be enough. Not here for Geralt. Not anymore, as we do reinforce with an extra wave of Stalkers. Again, with our 4-gate setup, we do actually recall back home. DTs, they did slip in. DTs, they got across the map. 7 probes go down. That does alleviate some pressure. Geralt is holding. Barely holds on. Nightmare, forced to expand, is taking his own gold. Should be moving out once again. And army-wise, Geralt, he's still working with half the Stalker count of Nightmare. And Geralt still does not have Blink. Again, we rush into the Dark Shrine. And the DTs did help. But, when it comes to the main army, again... That's stupid. It's not lying. It doesn't lie. Not here. And even with the overcharge, the concave is too good. We have more reinforcements on the way. Across the map, we're going for some adept harass, but last Nightmare, he's ready, he's in position. And he will shut down the gold. just annihilate the mineral line here. Gold base is going to get knocked down. Nightmare will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG gets called. Alas, just from really early on there, we saw the first Stalker go down, the first shield battery get denied, and honestly, with that start, it's just really difficult to recover, really difficult to bounce back from that position, and Nightmare just never let up, just never let up any of that aggression, just ensured that he maintained his lead, and it just kept the pressure up. The DTs was a nice touch out of Geralt. It did allow him to buy time, but it wasn't enough to catch up. It wasn't enough to make up for the earlier losses and earlier deficit. Was not enough, and with that, Nightmare advances on to the grand finals, and we're getting ready for the lower semifinals. Is it going to be a PvP or PvT finals? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. Up next, we have Christiana versus Nicaract. Let's go. We're getting ready for the lower semifinals. Likewise, do we have time? Do we have time for something like the random raffle? For those that are curious, we do have a participation raffle for this event. Does give 5 USD to a random participant in the tournament. Now, there are going to be a lot of players that are going to be excluded from this because there was some walkovers. There was some walkovers early on, and if a player signed up and checked in but did not play, they are ineligible for the random raffle. So that is going to be a factor here. Is going to be a factor for the raffle. Bear that in mind. As we do get ready for the lower semifinals. And it looks like they need a little bit of time. And you know what? May as well. May as well just jump into this. So if you're curious, let's hop on over. Let us hop on over and have a look at our raffle. Here we go. We have 15 eligible players this week. 15 players. We do this every single week for every one of our tournaments. Again, it's just a way to spread the love. It's a way to spread the love and to allow for other players instead of just the top of the top to get some extra prize money. Again, especially because our tournament only pays out top 2. It is a way to spread the love in a different way. Eventually, of course, with our Patreon, we can grow our event and pay out to, you know, additional players like 3rd and 4th place as well. But until that point, we make up for that with the participation raffle. We do make up for it, and we do have 15 players. 15 players are eligible. I still need a little drum set. I still need that drum set. But this week, the random raffle winner is gonna be one of our Protoss players, Mindle VK. Congratulations, puppy. Congratulations to Mindle VK for winning our random raffle this week. Is gonna walk away with 5 extra USD. Congratulations, Mindle. Congratulations. Yeah, we just had some downtime. Our players were just getting ready here for their lower semis, so you have a raffle. You have it. Congratulations to Mindle, and we can now indulge in the lower semifinals. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Christiana. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. We go. And I will set up the predictions as well. I will get on that. Don't you worry, okay? If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will make it to the grand finals. Predictions open. Place your bets on who you think is going to make it into the grand finals to face up against Nightmare. Is it going to be our Terran or our Protoss? PvT or PvP? Up to you to decide. I do apologize for being a little bit out of it in the last semifinals cast. Do apologize, but we can focus, Piper. We can focus. My mind was a little bit elsewhere. We can focus on our semifinals and the grand finals thereafter. And the night is still young. As a reminder, after this series, after this tournament, we're going to be covering World Team League. WTL is right around the corner. Now, our tournament was a little bit delayed earlier, as we are forcing the unnatural natural. Okay, nice start from Nicaract. Very nice start, as this does force Cristiano to be more exposed early on. What I was about to say, though, is that our tournament was a little bit delayed, so that does mean that our WTL broadcast is going to be delayed as well. So I do apologize for that, but World Team League is scheduled to start in 20 minutes, and we will jump on that. We will jump on that right after we wrap up Sparkling Tuna Cup. So WTL soon. Soon TM. Soon. Until then, we're going to be focusing on our semifinals. Here we go. We are focusing on our semis. We do have Nicaract going for an economic Rax expand. Did force the unnatural natural out of Cristiano because of the eBay block. Again, the eBay progression is so damn high. So it wasn't worth for Cristiano to pull the boys and try to focus it down. It would just take too long. And that means that Cristiano is going to be in an awkward position, trying to defend both the natural and the main base at the same time. It is not going to be easy here for the Polish Protoss. Is not going to be easy. Nicaract pulling away. He does pull away. Twilight Council opener here out of our Protoss player. Going to be Twilight Council in towards Blink. It is going to be a Blink base opener. Very safe play here from Cristiano with Blink. Of course, we can dip between our bases and try to hold on to both our natural and main. Meanwhile, we do see Nicaract getting into his own 1-1-1. Okay. Investing into Hellions early on as well. Now with our initial Hellions, we can of course get map control, we can move out across the map, we can try to keep our opponent pinned and even throw in the economy, but I'd have to say shade in! The wall is not a wall, we don't quite commit to the shade because there are SCVs to kill here on the low ground. Regardless, damage is being done, we get one, we get two SCV kills, we're gonna get a third SCV as well. Not quite, we just go for the Hellions. Hellions are falling at the same time across the map. The Reaper is wreaking havoc. We get 2 probe kills. We get 3. We get 4 probes. Oh my god. This one Reaper, he's crazy. Gets 5 probes. That should not have happened. This should not have occurred. The one Reaper doing as much, if not more, than the Adepts in the main. The Adepts are cleaned up. The Reaper does so much. And with that, Nicaract, sure, he lost some SCVs, lost some mining time, but alas, Cristiano is still in an awkward position. Hellions are moving out. And with that 1-1-1 opener, we're going into Banshees. You have my attention. It's going to be Banshee tank. This has been very trendy as of late over the past couple of months in this matchup. Getting ready for a tank push with Banshees. Meanwhile, the Hellions, oof. They once again get some big shots off in the mineral line. 3 more probes go down. Big connections here from Nicaract. Very nicely done. Damage is dealt. And we're building up that tank count back at home as Banshees move out to just keep Cristiano busy. As Cristiano, he's still not quite stabilized. He's still lost so many workers. Getting to his own gateways. How many gateways do we even have? It's going to be a 3-gate setup. Sorry, did I say 3 gateways? It's 3 gateways in the main, 1 gateway at the natural. It's going to be 4-gate blink. But this build has been delayed. It's been delayed quite a bit. Ideally, with 4-gate blink, you want to be across the map. You want to be across the map. You want to be harassing. You want to be threatening the bases of Nicaract. But because of all the Hellion and Reaper and now Banshee harass Cristiano, he's pinned back home. He doesn't want to be. Cristiano's moving out, and back at home, what do we have to defend? Not much. Banshee has arrived. Stalkers move out. Cristiano is going for the kill. We have a tank on the high ground. Oof. Cristiano forced to blink back, takes some big damage. We don't have detection. The Banshee shuts down the Stalkers. At the same time, you have the Banshee across the map, not quite able to commit in. But so far, Nicaract, he's all over Cristiano. He denies the aggression. He delays the economy. He forces the defensive warp in. And Cristiano, now he's kind of in a rough position here. He needs to get more done. We have 3 tanks. We could maybe deny Stim. That wouldn't be a bad pickoff. Cristiano going for the economy instead, going for the probes. Tank is in position. Nice juggling. We go for the tank. Balls move. And the tank does go down. We trade a tank for 2 stalkers. Still a rough trade for Cristiano. I mean, getting the tank was nice, but does have to retreat. Does reinforce with 2 more stalkers. Okay, okay. I see you. Oh, oh. Let's hit the pullback. At the same time, Banshee is moving out once again. Banshee towards the south, Banshee towards the north. Cristiano trying to hold on. Tending to split up his forces. As the Banshees, they do slip into the main. And now we can one-shot probes. At the same time, we're trading well against the army in the main base at least. There is detection in the main. We got 1 Banshee, but that's 8 probes going down. Can we deny Stim? Not quite. Stim will finish. If we could, that would be a big pickoff. That would delay the push. That would delay the move out of Nicaract. Alas, Stim does complete. And that's quite a bio army now that Nicaract is working with. He's ready to move out. Oh my god. Prism almost flies too close to the sun. Be careful, Pop. Be careful. We got 1 stalker. We get 2. We get 2 stalkers. And we go for the Prism. Prism taking a lot of damage, a lot of hits. Has to recall back home. And do we pull the boys? Now we're expanding. We're taking a 3rd. We could pull the boys with this, but Nicaract is expanding. Moving out across the map, catching the stalkers. And stalkers will fall. At the same time, Cristiano pouncing on top of the tanks. Yeah, we do get on top of the tanks. The tanks, they get 1 volley off, 2 volleys off, but the tanks go down. Massive catch. As Cristiano, he caught the tanks as they were sieging. Nicaract wasn't quite ready. And now charge is done. Oof. We do punish those stalkers. Cristiano, he's running out of steam. He's running out of zealots. Now with the death of these zealots, we're going to be able to fight back. Can we get the tank? Up, we can. Tank goes down. Another wave of reinforcements. Again, we only have 4 stalkers left. Cristiano barely has enough to keep pushing. And he can barely... Oh, almost get the medevac. Not quite. Goes for the 3rd. We'll delay. Can he force a cancel? Yo, if we can force a cancel. Oh, it's so close. We deny the warp in. Massive denial of the warp in. Boys are being pulled. We hold the line. SCV will complete. SCV? Sorry. CC will complete. It will cost us 9 SCVs. But we save the 3rd. Save the 3rd base. Cristiano, he knows he's still so close to breaking Nicaract, but alas, he barely does not. Cristiano has to back off, and now we tech up. We have a 2nd Robo, a Bay, Forge for +1, Archon's back at home. Nicaract is forcing a longer game. Okay, we can calm down, Papi. We can calm down. We can calm things down. As Cristiano expands, takes the 4th. Reinforces with more zealots, with more archons. Is moving out. At this point, I feel like the bio army is strong enough to hold its own. Cristiano has to respect the army, has to back up. Will retreat. Scan reveals the War Prism. Nicaract is aware. Does rotate over. Ghost Academy is on the way. 3rd base getting up and running. At the same time, Cristiano getting to double Colossus production back at home. Working towards the Colossus. We send one in. The Prism! Oh my god. How? Barely survives. Barely gets away. But the Zealots are cleaned up regardless. Like, the Zealots, they didn't really get much done. We got 1 SCV. Now we're pulling back. Meanwhile, Nicaract, after his initial defense, now has a supply lead. He's up in army supply. He's got Ghosts, he's got EMP, he's got plenty of Marines and Marauders. Colossus can do well for themselves, but they're also quite vulnerable. There's actually not much here to protect the Colossus. We do need that buffer. We need Stalkers, we need Archons, Zealots, anything and everything. Now Nicaract, he pulls back, reinforcing. getting to a second starport, getting into Mass Viking. Going to be ideal against these Colossus. Sharp production has begun, and the armies are missing each other. Uh-oh. Nickrack moves out, Cristiano moves in. We catch the reinforcements. Nickrack forced to turn back around. And there's the recall. We still have a Colossus out here, though. We have to go back home. And Nickrack coming in with the intercept. Yeah, he sees a Colossus. He wants it. He's going to get it. Massive pick off. A free Colossus. For free, papi. Cristiano, he's still on 3, though. He went up to 4 Colossus, which is insane. Now working towards Disruptors. Disruptors are the great equalizer. Even though Cristiano is down in army supply, he does have a lot of potential with those Disruptors, with those Purification Novas. They'll say keep Nickrack busy. Another base on the way. Cristiano taking a 5th. See if we can hold on. And army moves out. Army does move out. Nova goes up. Nickrack able to pull away in time. Does pull away. Does pull away. Nova's going to be going off. Big connection. Oh my god. Massive connection on the Marines and the Marauders. Yeah, the connections, they're just a little bit too good. We take them to the face. The Vikings will shut down all the Colossus, but what about the ground army again? The Novas that were just a little bit too good. And there it is. GG gets called. Cristiano will take the fight and take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Nickrack, he was holding his own. He was holding his own. He had a terrifying army. He caught a free Colossus. Things weren't going too poorly there for him. But the Purification Novas, right? Unfortunately, the spread and the splits were not good enough. The Novas were insane, and the ground army crumbled. The Vikings, they put in a lot of work, and the Vikings did kill all the Colossus, especially towards the end, but it was too little too late, and again, we needed more than just the Vikings to pop off. We needed the ground army as well to keep up, and alas, we just weren't able to pull that off. With that, Cristiano takes the lead. Does take a lead. Now we're getting into game number 2. Getting into game number 2. Gonna be on Crimson Court. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our red Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle, leading the series 1-0. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Terran representing Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrack. He is the non-Protoss hope. There's no more Zergs, but there is a Terran. And Nickrack moving out with the cheeky SCV. Hello, Pat. What do you have in store for us? What do you got? Show us the racks. It's only the one SCV. We haven't moved out with a second worker, so it's just going to be the singular proxy racks across the map. Poised and primed for Proxy Reaper to get into the main. This could be a 2 racks opener, 1 proxied and 1 back at home, or it could just be just singular racks into a factory instead. It is a double gas opener, somewhat. So we'll see how this all comes together. Meanwhile, Probe Scout of Cristiano is coming in, and Cristiano should confirm the missing racks, but the racks could be elsewhere. The racks could be further back in the main, here, further back, could be at the natural, could be at the 3rd base. It could still be on Nickrack's side of the map. Cristiano checks, does confirm both gases, pulls away. Meanwhile, Reaver production has begun. Got Reapers on the way from Nickrack. Boys being pulled, bunker in the mineral line. The goal here is for the Reaper to have just an anchor point with the bunker. And the bunker, it looks like it should finish. Zealot has arrived though. We go for the SCV. Oh, can we get it? Oh, we go for the bunker. We miss some swipes, but the SCV goes down, which means the bunker is cancelled. The RG not in favor of Nickrack there. Bunker goes down. Reaper gets into the main. Gets a probe. Not just one. Oh my god. Boys are being pulled. Chaotic defense here. We get the second. Second probe goes down. Not just second, but a third probe as well. Oh, this is becoming a little bit too much. 3 probe kills. The Adept finally has made it. And finally will force Nickrack out. But not too bad. Not too bad so far. 3 probe kills. Back at home, we have the CC on the high ground. We are expanding. We are working on that next step. Alright, building up. For now, the Reapers can't really do too much here. They're zoned away by the Adepts for the time being. Rax is floating back, built up towards 3 Reapers. And we could attempt to outposition these Adepts, slip into the main. There are 2 entry points here into the main base, so this is not a bad map for this kind of build, just because of that fact. And the Cyclone does arrive to reinforce. In a head-to-head fight, we could shut down these Adepts. And there's no shield battery on the low ground. No shield battery. Here we go, the army has arrived. We get the lock-on. The first Adept goes down. Stalker has arrived. We can focus on the Reaper. And with the reinforcements, we've held. We should shut this down. But not without getting a second Adept. So that was 2 Adepts for 2 Reapers. That was a better trade for Nickrack. Gets a probe. Threatens the low ground. Getting another worker. And almost another. Almost another probe goes down. The target firing a little bit too good. We get the Cyclone. Not a bad pickoff. And back at home, do you see what I see? I see additional Raxes on the way. Okay, it was a 1-1-1 follow-up into additional Raxes. Doesn't look too chaotic here. We're setting into an earlier tank count. Ravens are building up. It's going to be Blink Stalkers here from Cristiano. And how many gateways? For now, just 2. So it's going to be 2 gate Blink into a 3rd economic build here out of Cristiano. Okay. Despite the chaotic nature of the early game from Nickrack, Cristiano is going for an economic follow-up, and Nickrack does confirm. He does get eyes on the 3rd base timing. He's fully aware. And now Nickrack has to make a choice. After seeing this 3rd base, do we throw down our own 3rd CC and build up towards a longer game? Or do we double down and try to go for a 2-base all-in? Oh, that's more Raxes. That's 2 more Raxes, Papi. That's quite aggressive. That's quite committed. We could still expand behind this, behind the move-outs. We could still take a 3rd CC, but for now, it looks like aggression is on the mind of Nickrack. You got eyes on the tech, the Forge, the Bay, the eventual upgrades, and higher tech here from the Protoss. But this +1 stim timing, I believe, should hit first. It's going to be close. Going to depend on how much time do we have. Is the first Colossus going to arrive in time with stim or not? I mean, even if it did, we have the Raven. No interference matrix. No disable in the Raven. Interesting. We only have auto turrets and the anti-armor missile. Tank volley going off. Cristiano saturating his 3rd. First Colossus is on the way. And the upgrades are lined up. Stim, combat shields, +1 attack. All about to finish. And we should soon be moving out. The goal of this move out, I believe, should just be to apply pressure and to see if we can knock down the 3rd. We should be expanding behind it. Otherwise, we could just pull the boys. We always have that option to pull the boys. Oh, we do catch. Oh my god, we're a little bit asleep at the wheel there. Cristiano, otherwise distracted, losing 3 Stalkers. That's actually not insignificant. The reason for this is, as now we're going for the push, those Stalkers were so important, so crucial to get eyes on the move out. To get eyes on the move out and to slow it down. I mean, the Observer does have eyes on it regardless. We do reinforce with additional Stalkers. The boys are not being pulled. The army is moving out. We can see that we have +1 armor now on the way, so we're going for a longer game. Or at least we're setting up for an extended game. Stimming on in, we go for the anti-armor missile. The missile does connect. The overcharge is pop, but it may not matter. We don't have the numbers here to defend. We barely have an army. We have to pull the voids away. Again, we have the gateways finishing up, but where are the warp ins? Yeah, the third base crumbles. And we're just rallying across the map. The Colossus are nice. We need more than that. We do need more. Christian, he supply blocks! Now is not the time. Massive supply block for the Protoss. Oh, this is going to be a miracle defense. Can we pull this off? Massive tank shots on the Stalkers of all things. Stalkers go down. We're going for the final Colossus. Big tank volley's going off. But it looks like we hold. We barely hold on. The army is overstimmed. We preserve both Colossus. Oh, I spoke too soon. The Raven! The Raven gets a Colossus kill! Crazy! One Colossus falls, we deny the third base. Christiana forced to expand elsewhere, and Nickrack is still rallying across the map. Nickrack has still not expanded. This is a 2-base all-in from Nickrack. He didn't pull the boys, but still all-in nonetheless. There is no follow-up here. Nickrack has already knocked down the third, and his goal is to knock down the natural, to knock down his opponent, Christiana. Now, time is working on Christiana's side. If we can afford some extra warp-ins, buy some time for extra warp-ins, I should say. Third base is going to be denied. Christiana was expanding elsewhere, but he was cancelled as well. Oh, here we can't push in. Cannot push into this army. We have to respect it. Force fields are going to be key. Third Colossus on the way. Tank siege is up. See, just Christiana backs off, is taking the third base. Nickrack rotating over. Third Colossus has arrived. We have Vikings in the mix, and we have limited anti-air. The anti-air is sentries and an Archon. There we go, we're pushing on forward. The first tank goes down. And so does the second. So far, so good. Nice control of Christiana. He pulls back those zealots. Avoids tank shots. Avoids bio shots even. And Christiana does hold. Remember, we still have no base. Still no third. Still 2-base all in. No extra add-ons here on their axes. Nickrack going for the kill. Christiana is being very active on the map here. Very bold move here out of Nickrack. Sorry, out of Christiana. To be this active. Observer is sniped. Nickrack advancing on. See Christiana taking another base. Got eyes on the army. Vikings diving in, going for the Colossus. The force fields, we catch the army! A massive force fields, the army gets locked down. And now we can focus everything down. Sure, we lost the Colossus, but it doesn't matter, not anymore. As the ground army melts for Nickrack. Vikings are putting in a lot of work. And they do shut down one Colossus. Not quite the other, though. Yeah, we have the overcharge, we keep it alive. You barely keep it alive in the end. And Nickrack, he's run out of steam. At this point, we've just run out of steam. Now we pull the boys. It's too late for this. It's too late to pull the boys, Pappy. I'm sorry. We could have maybe tried to pull that off earlier when Christiana was stuck on 2 bases, but at this point, we have enough to defend. Yeah, we collapse on the army. The boys have arrived. The Colossus still standing strong. And GG gets pulled. Christiana will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Initially, the all-in was doing well. Initially, the all-in was popping off. Like Nickrack, he shut down the third base. He got a Colossus with the Raven. He was doing well. There was barely an army. But in the end, Christiana, he was able to take some better fights. He was able to catch out the army out on the map with the force fields, able to be active and get away with that activity as well. Did out-trade Nickrack in the center of the map, and Again, by the time we pulled the boys, it was too late. It was too late at that point. We had already lost our momentum, lost our edge, and GG. GG, well played. And congratulations to to Cristiano with my condolences to Nicaract. He played well. He played well making it this far, and even here in both these games, like, he had his own moments, definitely, in game 1 and in game 2. Just some rough engagements is really what it kind of came down to. If you remember on Oceanborn, Nicaract initially wasn't looking too bad getting into his third base and catching up parts of the army, getting a free Colossus. But when it came to the main fight, did go the way of Cristiano. Likewise, same here. But Nicaract had a good start, but alas had a hard time closing it out. And now it all comes down to our top 2 players. Our number 1 and number 2 seed of the tournament. Shouldn't be a surprise to regular viewers of the channel, because we've seen these two face off many a time. It's going to be Cristiano versus Nightmare in a best of 5 grand finals. Let's go. Now, in the history of our tournament series of Sparkling Tuna Cup, these two have faced off, was it 2 or 3 times in the finals? Let's double check actually. We have the technology, we can double check. But in the history of Sparkling Tuna Cup, they faced off how many times? Twice. They faced off twice so far. Twice. This is the 3rd time. This is the 3rd time they're facing off in the finals. And so far, every time they have faced off in the finals, Cristiano has won. It was Sparkling Tuna Cup 46 and 47. Cristiano was our champion and did win over Nightmare. Will history repeat itself, or will Nightmare finally get a win over Cristiano? That's the question. That is the question. We are getting ready. Videos are underway, and I will get the predictions ready. I will get the predictions going here for the PvP. Again, historically, Cristiano has been the stronger player, has had more success over Nightmare, but at the same time, that was a month ago. That was a month and a half ago, 2 months ago at this point. It's been a while, it's been some time since they have faced off, and Nightmare has improved. Nightmare has improved over time. So it's Cristiano. I feel like it's going to be close. It's going to be very close between the two of them. Going to be very back and forth. We'll see where this takes us and how this goes. We shall see. I want to believe that we can have a back and forth here. As a reminder, I believe World Team League has begun, and we will be casting World Team League after we wrap up this tournament. After the Tuna Cup, we're going to be going on a short, like 5-ish minute break, and then we'll be jumping into WTL. The stream will also be going down. The stream will go down just because we have to restart our delay and restart our setup. So after the finals, the stream will go down for a couple of seconds, and then we'll jump back in for some WTL. We'll jump back in. Until then, hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves. The tuna. Hello, Cyberjohn. Hello. Hello. Raging Wolfhelm. I've not seen that before. But I hope you're doing well. Saw Felix earlier, asking about Geralt or Geralt. True. Are the same person. Oh, it looks like the vetoes have concluded. Yeah, the vetoes have been wrapped up, and we're getting into our grand finals. Game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Okay. Game 1 will be on Oceanborn. And you can hear the beeps. We're loading on in. Let's go. Predictions will soon be open in the chat. Or actually, I should say they're now open. Predictions are now open in the chat. You can place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Will it be our Korean Protoss or our European Protoss player? Best of luck in the chat when it comes to your predictions. It's not going to be an easy one. I know who I would pick, but best of luck. Good luck, Papi. Good luck in the chat. As spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our blue Polish Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. And throughout the course of 2024, who have our champions been? I mean, Cristiano, he is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's a 5-time Sparkling Tuna Cup champion in the year 2024. Meanwhile, Nightmare is a 2-time champion. So Cristiano has got that many more wins under his belt. Nightmare, he's got a couple. You know, he definitely is a champion, at least in his own right. He's a tuna, but is he the Sparkling Tuna? That's the question. Also, very quickly, if you want to help support this tournament, ! Patreon in the chat. Patreon is set up to fund our events and to help grow our events as well. So if you're curious, if you're interested, then you can check out our Patreon. If you want to help grow the Sparkling Tuna Cup, not just the Sparkling Tuna Cup, but also Master Swan Open and Sea Duckling Open as well. Our amateur events are also funded via Patreon as well. All of our events, all of our tournaments. So if you're interested, we got you covered there. Otherwise, you can help support the tournament via Matcherino. Matcherino is also another way to help specifically fund this week's event. So if you're interested, you can support us there. Otherwise, enjoy it. Enjoy the cast. Enjoy the finals. As it is going to be a 2-gate opener here by Cristiano. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Nightmare. 2-gate opener into Double Stalker. So Nightmare going for a more aggressive start. Meanwhile, Cristiano going for a singular unit. It's going to be Sentry into expansion from Cristiano. Pylon's already on the way. Soon to be a shield battery as well. So a very defensive setup here by Cristiano. As the probe is locked in and shut down. Because the probe was locked in, that means we could not delay the expansion with the pylon. The probe was stuck, the probe is killed, and we can expand. And we need that shield battery as soon as possible because the Stalkers will soon be moving out. We've seen that kind of dynamic in the past. Back at home, okay, it's going to be... Oh, actually, only one Stalker. My apologies, I thought it was double Stalker, but no, it was one Stalker into an expansion, so we can see that that Nightmare is trying to catch up in the economy. So Stalker expand into double Sentry. Meanwhile, Cristiano going for a Sentry expand into more Sentry. The mass Sentry, Papi, the mass Sentry. So we are settling in. Hallucination Scout moving out across the map. And Cristiano will confirm the timing of the expansion. He is now aware that his opponent did also delay additional units and went for a faster expansion. And both players are working towards their Twilight Councils. Faster Twilight Council out of Cristiano, slower Twilight Council out of Nightmare. Working towards Blink. Blink is on the way. Settling in. But overall, just Blink for both players. And we'll see how we embrace this. We'll see where this does lead us. As for now, Nightmare does have some extra warp ins. Cristiano going straight for a third. Okay. So Nightmare, he invests into his army as he goes for another warp in as well. Has a greater Stalker force. Meanwhile, Cristiano just goes straight for a base, straight for a third. A risky move here by Cristiano. We'll see if he gets away with it. As Nightmare setting up for a slightly later expansion. But he's moving out with his army. The move out is spotted. Cristiano getting ready. No shield battery, but he does have the high ground. Does have an extra warp in. Finishing up just in time. Yeah, we have an even army here. 5 versus 5. Do bleed out a Stalker. Force fields are thrown down. And Cristiano does have the better concave. As I say, that does get caught out for a moment. Has to pull away. And bleeds out 2 sentries. Looking at the trades here, that was... There we go. 2 sentries, 1 Stalker. 2 sentries went down. That was a brutal, or a better trade for Nightmare. A worse trade for Cristiano, as sentries have a little bit more value. And they can scout. Shut down in the depth, but as they don't get shut down, we go for the shield battery and we go for the probes. Probes are falling. Cristiano out of position. We got 3 probe kills. Very necessary. Remember that the third base for Nightmare isn't even done, so any worker kills will help Nightmare stabilize. Will help Nightmare catch up. So we got 3 probes. And with that, Nightmare is only down at 3 workers compared to his opponent. Shield batteries on the way. Gateway explosion as well for both Cristiano and Nightmare. Working on Forge for +1. Charge. Cristiano relying on a gateway heavy composition. Meanwhile, Nightmare so far has yet to invest into his own charge. I'm sure he soon will. Once again, Cristiano is so quick to take a 4th. He's just been expanding so quickly. Cristiano with the faster 3rd, with the faster 4th. Not taking extra gases, bearing in mind no gases at the natural, no gases at the 3rd base for Cristiano. What does this mean? This means just Swarm Toss. This means just a massive gateway army. There's no, like, Bay, there's no Templar Archives, Archons, Immortals, Disruptors, none of that. Meanwhile, we do see Nightmare investing into his own gas at least a little bit more. Cristiano instead building up towards Mass Zealot. So we get shut down. Is going to be shut down. Nightmare does rotate. Does get eyes on the 4th. Picks away and gets 5 probe kills. We got Stalkers towards the left. We got Stalkers towards the right. Cristiano is getting pulled apart. Yeah, having a hard time keeping up. And charge is not yet done. Oh, that's 7 probe kills. And just like that, Nightmare takes a worker lead. So once again, very nice movement. Very nice control out of Nightmare. Pulling Cristiano apart. Picking away at his economy. And Nightmare, he's had enough. Now he's pushing. And now he's got his upgrades. He's got Blink, Charge, +1 is going to finish up in 3 seconds. We have the Prisoner Reinforce. Supply-wise, Nightmare is keeping up. He's holding his own. But he needs more time for his own upgrades to finish. Another big warp in. Nightmare trying to catch the Prism. Not able to yet. Has eyes on it though. Sharking around. Prism does siege. Nightmare. He can come in from behind. Yeah, he goes for the blink, goes for the dive. The Prism is exposed and it's gonna go down. And without the Prism, we have to back up. Yeah, Nightmare, he holds. Very clean defense here with the line of force fields as well. Nightmare holds on. Cristiano has to back up. And Cristiano, he's not really set up for a longer game. Again, he still has not taken extra gases. Cristiano is still very committed. Very much so committed. Very much so all in. Does catch the Observer. Cristiano does take the supply lead. Meanwhile, we get cannons on the way, side defense. Cannons ready for DT harass, the Dark Templar. Cristiano just taking map vision away from Nightmare, but ooh! Catch the Observer. Observer goes down. Cristiano being active. That's a lot of Zealots coming in. How many Zealots is that? That's 30! Oh my god! Almost. More than double the Zealot count of his opponent. 30 Zealots is insane. 36 Zealots! Oh my god. And we're pushing. We're pushing in. Now, force fields can work quite well against this. But the Zealots have arrived. We dive on the army. Force fields have been thrown down. We're going to try to commit. But so many Stalkers caught in the back line. A very strong start for Nightmare. He cleans up so many Zealots. Respect the force fields. I was hoping we could come in from multiple angles. The prism goes down. Yeah, the war prism does fall. Overcharge is popped. And Nightmare is holding. Nightmare, despite being down 30 supply, the soup does lie. It doesn't matter. We had the force fields. We had the defense advantage. Nightmare holds. And Cristiano, he's in a position taking another base. Still no gas as Cristiano is still hyper committed to this style. And I'm just waiting for Nightmare to throw down a Temple Archives, right? I'm waiting for Archon production. We can get into Archons, that's gonna be it. So whether it's Archons or whether it's Disruptors, either or, they both have their place. So going down, Cristiano pushing through. Once again, the force fields are ready. And once again, we only have one angle of attack. Like, if Cristiano could fight out in the open, that's a different story. Or if he could come in from multiple angles, sure, but that just hasn't been happening. Cristiano getting into his own Archons. Meanwhile, here comes the Bay, here comes the Robo, here come Disruptors. Both players are maxed. +3 has not begun for Cristiano. There is no +3. Nightmare, it's his turn to be caught out of position. We can go for the base. We can go for the Nexus. Yeah, shield batteries are going down. And we can take a better fight. Zelzek collapse on the army. Archon is pinned back. Reinforcements on the way. Likewise, Zealots, they're caught in the back line here for Nightmare. Archon doing what it can. But it looks like the defensive advantage is just a little bit too much. And Nightmare, he will take the fight. He will force back Cristiano. And Nightmare, he takes the lead. Does take a massive lead here. Cristiano, he's run out of steam. Remember, he has no other tech behind this. He's not ready for a longer game. Disruptors are on the way. And Cristiano was all in. He had to get more damage. He had to break the army or break the base, and he got neither. He got nothing. And now Cristiano is in a rough position. He's in a very rough position here. As Nightmare is building up more Disruptors. Dark Shrine is on the way. Dark Shrine is on the way here. Looking for a Zealot run by at the same time. No, he goes off! Ooh, does connect. Connects, we force a recall. 10 probes go down. And Cristiano now with the worst economy. And that Disruptor count is getting higher and higher. DTs are going to be coming into the mix. We get a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries. We have the money for it. We have the spare resources. Nightmare just securing himself. And again, what can Cristiano do? Here come the Novas. A little bit trigger happy. That was 3 Novas. Now a 4th. 2 left. 2 Novas remaining here for Nightmare. And oh, big connection. Yeah, massive connection here on the army. Overcharge gets popped. And Nightmare holds the line. Nightmare will completely shut this down. At this point, even without the Disruptors, he has enough. We may as well make use of them. Novas, they go off on the Zealots. Pulling back to the cannons and shield batteries. And GG gets called. Nightmare will take game number 1. GG. Again, there was a little potential for Cristiano. He was building up, but it was so important that Nightmare sniped the first prism. The first war prism, if you remember, Nightmare, he had a harassing force. He had like a group of 5 stalkers out on the map, and he was able to come in from behind, able to snipe the prism, delay any warp-ins. And because Cristiano was committed, any delays just hindered him so much. And with that, Nightmare takes a lead. Nightmare does take a lead, and now we're getting to game number 2. Let's go. Getting into game 2 on Golden Aura. I'm sure Cristiano's I'm sure he's going to be going for a very different play style here in game number 2. Game 1 embracing this more committed mass gateway composition. Here in game 2, we'll see what we got. We shall see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Starlight Twinkle. Down in the series, looking to bounce back, it is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. Currently leading the series 1-0. Here we go. How can we settling it? We are going to be settling into our game. So far is going to be a 2-gate opener. 2 gateways here out of our Red and Blue Protoss players. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. Again, just 2-gate open out of Nightmare, 2-gate open out of Cristiano. Now our probe scouts are coming in to get an eye on the second pylon. The second pylon has been thrown down in the main. Likewise, is thrown down in the main base of Nightmare as well. So no proxies. There's no proxy, there's no all-in. It's a best of 5 PvP. I'm sure we're going to get it at some point. Well, we will get some proxies, we'll get some cheese at some point in the series, just not in the first 2 games. Anyway, we're calming down. We'll get there, I'm sure. For now, we are settling in, and once again, Cristiano going for a singular unit opener. The probe will confirm. Like, hold up, that second gateway is not making anything, but we are locked into the main. There's a nice adaptation here at Cristiano. Basically, he walls off, so this probe cannot block the expansion of Cristiano. Cristiano will have a faster base as a result. As the Nexus is on the way, and across the map, Cristiano pylon blocks. So a nice economic start for the Blue Protoss. Meanwhile, Nightmare opens up double Adept into double Stalker. Hyper aggression here from Nightmare. Nexus is on the way, and Adepts are moving out. Now, can Cristiano survive the early game aggression against the Adepts and the Stalkers and the army here of Nightmare? Now, thankfully, oh, never mind. I was going to say that the Stalkers are going to be kept busy by the pylon, but based on the unnatural natural, we may just rally across the map. No, we're going for the pylon. Okay. We're going for the pylon, thankfully. Adepts are denied. Pylon under fire. And we are expanding. Hallucination Scout trying to confirm what's going on, and it looks like we do get eyes on the unnatural natural. So Cristiano, he now knows it's not a one base all in. He now knows that we're not rushing into a fast robo or a twilight counter or anything crazy like that. We are expanding. So Cristiano feels safe. Upon seeing this, I'm sure he feels pretty safe and sound, getting into his own setup. Twilight Council is also on the way. Nightmare does have slightly faster blink than his opponents. That could be a factor here, could be. But we're headed in the same direction. We're working towards those Blink Stalkers. Adepts do threaten the shade. Shaded to the main base. So they do get in. Getting one probe. One probe goes down. Rest of the army hits the natural. Catching a Stalker. Overcharge gets popped. We can go for the shield battery. The army's locked away. And we can layer these force fields. We can, and we will. Nightmare able to just outposition Cristiano and abuses this here. We have another force field, another 2 force fields. Just a brutal position. The force fields, they just keep on being thrown down. We force the recall. And Cristiano does eventually hold. Nightmare setting up a proxy. Going for the Dark Shrine. Do we have detection? Robo was delayed. The Robo was delayed. Cristiano will punish this, but DT's they're morphing in. And Cristiano's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble right now. Sure, he's going for a counterattack and he has potential, but we have shield batteries, we have an overcharge, we have the high ground. Nightmare's ready. Cristiano pulls back. And do we spot the DTs? I don't think we did. We could end the game if we go for the pylon. Pylon goes down. No! The pylon's gonna go down. No detection. GG gets called. The Invisible Man will claim the series for Nightmare. GG. GG, well played. It is a dynamic that happens in PvP, but there are times where you don't have detection. There's no Forge, there's no Stargate, there's no Robo. As you saw there, the Robo was delayed because of the aggression of Nightmare. It was delayed by a couple of seconds, and every second does count. Without a Robo, the Invisible Man, it's just too much. It becomes too much. GG, well played. Nightmare is 1 game away from claiming the entire series and becoming our champion. 1 more game is all he needs. Let's go. Now we're getting into game number 3. We're going to be loading in to Alcyone. Here we go, we're getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, potentially the final game of this series. The pressure is on, he has to fight back here and now to extend this series, have a chance at the ace match. It is the Polish Protoss. For Starlight Twinkle, it is Cristiano. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from South Korea representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare. There we go. 1 more win is all Nightmare needs. Meanwhile, the pressure is on Cristiano. Alas, Cristiano unfortunately was just outpositioned early on in the last game, where we saw Nightmare just get so much damage done. Able to catch probes, able to trade well against the army, and able to delay the Robo to just cause chaos and disrupt the build of Cristiano. And with that, went for the 1-2 punch, went for the Dark Templar. And that was it. That was game. That was a game. And where will this take us? Where will this go? So now we're settling in. It is going to be a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Cristiano, 2-gate opener out of Nightmare. We'll keep an eye on our initial units to see if Cristiano once again goes for something more economic or something more aggressive this time. We shall see. Not even your bottle can break the green screen. Did you enjoy your star, Liquid? My water bottle. It is one with the universe. This is true. It does blend into space and allows me to consume the system around me. It tastes a little bit salty. The stars, I mean. It's like sparkling water. There you go. That's maybe the best way that I could phrase it. Which it's you know, it's okay for some, not so much for others. Tropicana. As we do see once again Cristiano going for the faster expansion, once again going for the Sentry into Nexus. We've seen the same opener every game so far to Cristiano in Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3. Meanwhile, Cristiano delays the expansion and Nightmare is going for faster tech. That is a Stargate. So it's going to be double Adept Stargate opener into Oracle, hyper aggression out of Nightmare. We saw last game he was being active with the Adepts. This time it's the Adepts and the Oracles moving out. We'll see if Cristiano can keep up. See if he can keep up as he's moving out across the map. To move out. Hallucination will confirm that we do have Adepts as well as Oracles on the field. Cristiano will be getting ready. Initially we wall off. Adepts, they're going to be denied. And the Oracle is on the way. Zooming across the map. Cristiano does have a shield battery that's not quite in the... Oh, we're not ready. We're not quite ready in the main base. We do go for a warp in. Whew, that's going to finish up just in time. Whew. Oh my god, that was very clutch. That was a very clutch warp in. Adepts will throw in a shade. Alas, we're in position. Shading towards the main. Keeping eyes on the Oracle. And we don't quite commit in. We did think about it for a moment. There are two probes. Sorry, one probe goes down. We're going to get a second. Second, a third probe as well. And up, we get a fourth. 4 probe kills. Not bad. Despite the force field, despite the shield battery, we get 4 probe kills. We get a 5th as well. Naira just squeezing as much value out of these units as he can and getting a 6th pro. Oh my god, 6 probe kills. And despite the scouting, Cristiano, he could not avoid the damage. Did take a lot of hits here in the end. He was cutting corners, was trying to defend as cleanly as possible, as you know, trying to get away with as much as he could. Alas, he was punished for it. Was punished. And now the game will settle down. Nightmare does have the slight economic lead. Is going to take his third. Likewise, so is Cristiano. Nightmare's third is slightly faster. Cristiano will confirm. When it comes to the main base, it is just going to be a Blink follow-up. This time, there's no Dark Shrine. For now, there's no Dark Shrine. Just Blink on the way for both Nightmare and Cristiano. Third bases as well. I do have to give the slight edge to Nightmare because of his workers and his third base timing. Tastes like sparkling. Exactly, exactly. You understand. You understand the reference. It tastes like a sparkling tuna, if you will. Ah. Let's go. Right now, I'm just thinking of like, I'm just thinking of a sparkling tuna right now. That's all that's on the mind. Oracle zips into the main. There's no shield battery in the main base. 5 more probes go down. Ooh, as yeah, Nightmare does pop off. Okay, 5 more probe kills in the main. Dancing against the main army as well. Do you have the shield battery in position? Do you have the Immortals? And Cristiano just has to take a more defensive stance, building up the Immortal count. Stuck on 3 bases, defending. And Nightmare, with his map control, he could be free to expand. Leads out the Oracle. Oracle goes down. Ooh. Nightmare is able to shut down both sentries. Both sentries full. Nightmare taking extra gases. And going for a higher gas count. Adept does shade into the main. And does deny some mining time. Gets a probe. Gets a probe. Does confirm our tech of choice. Does confirm that there's no additional Bay, for example, no second Robo, no Dark Shrine, not that we've seen so far. It does feel like both players are headed in the same direction here. But Cristiano does have the Immortal lead. That's 3 Immortals to 1. So even though Nightmare has a massive Stalker army, if they faced off head to head, I do give the edge to Cristiano. So Nightmare has to respect it. He has to respect the higher Immortal count, and instead has to try to outposition the army. Now, even though Cristiano, he has a hefty force at the 3rd, Nightmare could, for example, hit the 4th. Could hit the 4th, hit the natural, somehow blink into the main. There are options, or even just chip away at the main army. Nightmare can try to avoid the main fight. Back at home, reinforcing with Zealots, Archons. It's also a great job at buffering for your army, at being a bit of a buffer zone between your Stalkers and your opponent's Immortals. Nightmare just rotate over towards the 4th. Cristiano able to keep up. Does keep up. Does force Nightmare back. Are we holding? Are holding on. Nightmare backs up. Yeah, doesn't want to overextend with his Stalkers, doesn't want to fight the Immortals, so will pull back, and hasn't teched up into Disruptors yet. I'm still keeping my eyes peeled for any other Bay or any kind of Disruptor play. For now, just committed to our Gateway composition. I'm moving out. The army supplies are quite comparable with each other, and same with the army compositions. Like, sure, I would say that Cristiano, sure, he has more Immortals, but we do have additional Archons for Nightmare. Archons now on the way for Cristiano. See Nightmare pushing forward. Upgrades are even. +2 about to finish for both players. Slightly faster for the red Protoss. Nightmare rotates over towards the left-hand side, getting on top of the ramp. He does outposition Cristiano. Cristiano a little bit late to get here. It does force the overcharge. Overcharge is popped. And we can just avoid the overcharge and rotate back around. Or we could engage. We do collapse in. The Immortals looking a bit exposed. Can we save them? Up. The Immortals getting quite low. Going for a big warp in, but we cannot push through this choke point. And the choke point is brutal. Do pull away. And Nightmare, do we try to hit the 4th base? Then we recall over towards the right-hand side. Cristiano trying to get the surround. Going for the surround. Nightmare, he doesn't like the situation. He gets the hell out of here. Shields are triggered on the Immortals. One Immortal goes down. And Nightmare is on the run, and Cristiano takes the supply lead. Does take a lead in supply. Gonna be collapsing in. Collapse forward. Cristiano pushing towards the left-hand side. Nightmare is keeping up. Oh, and we can't quite push into this. The concave is just too good for Nightmare. It is just too good. He does focus on these Immortals one after the other. There's no room in the prison. Make some space. We drop the Archons. Not a bad engage here from Cristiano, but oh my god, the Archons, they go ham. The Zealots of Cristiano, they melt. And the Zealots melt, and now it's Archon v Archon. Stalkers doing what they can. Another big wave of reinforcements, and here come the Disruptors. Disruptors have arrived. And Nightmare, he's taking the fight. And Novas go off, they shut down the Immortals. And Cristiano, he's forced to back off. Again, he had a rough start earlier. The armor supplies were comparable, but now we've gotten away with Disruptor production. Cristiano, he's getting into his own. His own Disruptors are on the way. But he needs time. He needs time to build up. He does need time to build up an army. And Cristiano just doesn't have that time. Just don't have that time. Not anymore. May not be pushing forward. Cristiano, he has the high ground, but he doesn't have the gold. Yeah, the gold base is going to be completely shut down. At the same time, Nightmare getting his own gold behind this. And he can keep on pushing. Never goes off. Brings down the Zealots. The Disruptor count is quite comparable between our players. Never's going up. Oh! Ooh. Nightmare shoots first. Does shoot first. And we committed. We focus on the Disruptor. One more Nova goes off. Good connection. But that is our only connection. You have the overcharge. Cristiano, he can take a fight. Does have the defense advantage. Ooh, as we barely split in time. Impressive. Nightmare does avoid the Novas. Cristiano trying to force the issue. Oh, my god. Does try to force it, pushing on forward. Nightmare refusing to back off. Doesn't want to let up. Doesn't want to retreat. And even though Nightmare isn't killing Cristiano, he's containing him to 4 bases. Like Nightmare, he's got the gold. He's got the gold up and running. Taking our gases. Gases are on the way. Nightmare taking another expansion. And we saw that this is like Nightmare's comfort zone. We saw this against Geralt as well. Getting to a gateway and Disruptor composition. And Geralt was always so willing to embrace Sky Toss, but that's not the case here for Cristiano. Cristiano is trying to keep up and maintain himself against Nightmare. Going for a very similar composition. 5th base is denied. Nightmare rolling in. And we're just zoning Cristiano away. He's on the low ground. He can't push in. Blinks on 4. Does focus on 1 Disruptor. He gets 2. But the Novas, they connect. Likewise. Oh my god. The chain Novas out of Cristiano. He's crazy. Breaks through the main army. And Cristiano, he should be able to clean this up. Should be able to chase this down. But alas, it cost him 28 workers. Zealots, they wreak havoc. Add to the 4th base. GG, and Nightmare will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. And Nightmare gets his revenge for the first time here in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Historically, we have had Cristiano. We have had Cristiano claim these tournaments and take down Nightmare in the finals time and time again. But for the first time in Tuna Cup history here, we do have Cristiano instead bouncing back. Oh, sorry, Nightmare instead bouncing back against Cristiano. Nightmare able to bounce back, able to shut Cristiano down, and take the 3-0. Very impressive stuff here again. All these players have been improving over the course of the past couple of months. It's been a while since we've seen a finals between Cristiano and Nightmare, and finally it goes the way of Nightmare. Impressive. GG, well played. There were some moments for Cristiano as well, but also some rough moments, right? Like Game 2 on Goldenrod was... we didn't really get to sink our teeth into Game 2. It ended with Dark Templar. Like DTs arrived, and that was just it. That was just game. Very anticlimactic end to Game 2. Game 1 and Game 3 was a little bit more back and forth, but alas, Nightmare did come out on top in the end. And congratulations to Nightmare. My condolences to Cristiano, but I'm sure he'll be back. I'm sure he'll be back again. He is still the Sparkling Tuna. Again, Cristiano, he still has the most amount of wins in this tournament this year, but Nightmare is catching up. This is Nightmare's 3rd win of the year. Cristiano has 5, and Nightmare, he's encroaching upon Cristiano, upon his win count, upon him. He wants to be the Tuna Cup. I don't blame him. Otherwise, thanks so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Throughout all of this, I believe WTL did begin an hour ago. World Team League did begin an hour ago, and I believe Wardy has been casting that over on his channel. We are going to be covering this day of WTL in a couple of days. We'll be going over it during the week. I'll be honest, I wasn't able to really sleep too well last night. Just because of all the casting we've been doing and our messed up sleep schedule. Like it's still recovering. And we have some free days, so our next broadcast should be in less than 24 hours. Is going to be ESL Open Cup Asia. ESL Asia is on the horizon. Is going to be in less than 24 hours. So if you're curious, our next broadcast is going to be ESL Asia in, hold on, let me get the time. In 20 hours time. So in 20 hours, we're going to be live here with ESL Open Cup Asia. The day after that is going to be ESL Open Cup Americas, and I believe we're going to be able to cover WTL on Tuesday. To catch up on WTL. If we do have a Club and VX Duckling showdown on Tuesday, then we can do WTL on Wednesday instead. Bearing in mind that this week there is no Kung Fu Cup. So Wednesday is free for us, so we can slot WTL into Wednesday instead. But there's no Kung Fu Cup. There's no World Team League next week. The reason for this is because of the Esports World Cup. EWC qualifiers, they start on Thursday, Friday, they go over the weekend as well. We will be covering those qualifiers on the channel. We will be covering all of those qualifiers, so if you're interested, if you're curious, if you want to be there to find out who makes it into the Esports World Cup, we got you covered. We have you covered there. It's going to be a long night, a long weekend of StarCraft coming up ahead of us. And then after that, then regular scheduled programming until the main event of the Esports World Cup, until it comes around. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for watching. We do appreciate the support. Again, usually we would go from like STC into WTL, but I'll be honest, I'm out of energy, Pappy. I'm out of energy. We're going to take it easy, Pappy. We're going to take it easy. And again, we have some free days this week, so we'll slot WTL into either Tuesday or Wednesday. One of those 2 days we will have at WTL. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you had a great time. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Again, congratulations to Nightmare for becoming our champion. Shout out to Cristiano for getting 2nd place. And a shout out to Mindle VK for claiming the random raffle. Congratulations to Mindle as well. Congratulations. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll raid another streamer. Let's find out who's streaming at the moment. I think I see GGE Mini Gemini. I think Gemini is streaming at the moment. He's streaming an All Things Protoss tournament, I think. He's a big part of All Things Protoss, so much love to Gemini. Or ATL. What is ATL? All Things League? I'm a little bit uncertain, but regardless, give him some love, give him some support. We'll be rating Allmate Gemini, if you're curious. The memes are real. So give him some love. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the ESL Open Cup Asia. If you want to support the tournaments, !Patreon, !Matcherino. We have some various links to help fund the event if you're interested. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.